This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery today, and also those watching on the webcast, to today's London Assembly plenary draft budget meeting. Members are reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. And I get to that point where I remind myself to turn off my phone. Can I now ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence, please?
Thank you, Chair. No apologies for absence.
Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since the last Mayor's question time on the 18th of January 2024, following a recent investigation into the energy sector, the Environment Committee responded to Ofgem's consultation on standing charges for energy. The Transport Committee wrote to the Mayor with recommendations on how to improve transport in Outer London, including calling for an Outer London Transport Task Force. Following an investigation into community energy in London, the Environment Committee wrote to the Mayor and the Government with recommendations on how to increase the number of community energy projects across London. The Transport Committee examined the role of black taxis and private hire vehicles in London's transport network, looking at why there had been a decline in taxi drivers. As part of its scrutiny of the Mayor's budget, the Budget and Performance Committee wrote to the Mayor with a series of recommendations on how to improve the 2024-25 budget and beyond. And for its monthly question and answer session, the Police and Crime Committee looked at serious injury collisions in London and misconduct in the Metropolitan Police Service. It was an honour for me to speak at the Holocaust Memorial Day ceremony here at City Hall on Monday. This year's theme is the fragility of freedom. The ceremony provided us with an important moment to come together and reflect on the tragic loss of life and freedom through genocide. And as a parish note, today there is an engagement session from the electoral team with the deaf community to try and increase the turnout of deaf people and participation of deaf people in the elections to come. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to items on the agenda for today's meeting? No declarations. Thank you. This meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's draft consolidated budget for 24-25. We welcome the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to the Chamber. He will be presenting his draft budget proposals shortly. Following this, the Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee will be invited to present the committee's response to the Mayor's consultation budget. The Assembly will then put questions to the Mayor on the budget, section by section, in order to set out in the budget document for up to 2 hours. Joining the Mayor for the question and answer session is David Bellamy, the Mayor's Chief of Staff, and Enver, Interim Chief Finance Officer. Then finally, the Assembly will move to debate and vote on the budget. It needs to be pointed out this is the first of a two-stage budget setting process, and the Assembly is due to make the final decision on the budget at the London Assembly meeting on the 22nd of February 2024. Can I also remind the Assembly that the Assembly's consideration of the Draft Consolidated Budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6.3. So that being said, a lot of information to take in. Can I now ask the Mayor to present his draft budget proposals?
Thank you. Good morning. This budget has been drafted against the backdrop of one of the most difficult economic periods in living memory. And as we know, the cost of living crisis through which millions of Londoners are still struggling has been exacerbated by policies implemented by national government. While at the same time, ministers outright refuse to adequately fund the Metropolitan Police Service, the London Fire Brigade and Transport for London. Despite these enormous challenges, we've shown time and time again that it's possible to make progress in London. We've successfully delivered free school meals for all state primary pupils. We've introduced the Hopper bus fare, opened the Elizabeth line and implemented 5 annual fares freezes. We've taken the boldest action of any city in the world to tackle air pollution and the climate crisis, and we've built a record number of council homes and homes more Londoners can actually afford. This is a budget that will further support Londoners through the worst decline in living standards on record and provide our vital public services with the resources needed so they can continue to keep Londoners safe and moving. There's no better illustration of our commitment to families and young Londoners during the cost of living crisis than through our efforts to tackle the scandal of child hunger. For the first time ever, thanks to our universal free school meals programme, every child in every London state primary on every school day can sit down with their classmates and enjoy a nutritious lunch. With an additional £140 million of investment, our budget will ensure this lifeline is extended through to the summer of 2025, saving parents and carers up to £1,000 per child. I'm also proposing to invest £4 million to extend funding for our free holiday meals programme, which will see it run for another year. Our initiative has to date delivered more than 10 million meals to hundreds of thousands of low-income families during school holidays and at weekends. In addition to feeding London's children, I'm ensuring Londoners can afford to get to work, visit their families and see their friends. While national government hikes rail fares by 4.9%, I've taken the decision to freeze all TfL fares until March 2025. As I stated, this budget also seeks to address the chronic lack of investment from national government in our city's key public services. In real terms, the government's core funding for the Met has reduced by 1/3 since 2010. As has been the case over the last 7 years, I'm stepping up and investing where ministers have failed. I'm investing an extra £88 million to fund our police. This means there's been an increase by 93% in City Hall funding for the Met Police Service since I became Mayor. Further investment in the London Fire Brigade is also required to ensure it can continue to quickly respond to major fires and implement the changes needed after the Grenfell Tower inquiry. Plugging the gaps left by national government is only possible because I've taken the difficult but necessary decision to increase council tax as the government explicitly assumes I will. This was not the choice I wanted to make, but as Mayor, keeping Londoners safe is my top priority. And I cannot and will not show the same disregard for our city as has been displayed by national government. There's a lot more in the budget, which I am sure we will discuss. I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we move on to the next section, I'd just like to welcome, I'm assuming this is Bishop Challoner Catholic School coming in.
It is.
So welcome, and as you're seated, I'd like to explain to you that the point of us being here today is the Mayor has to present a budget to the Assembly for the year, and so members of the Assembly will now be questioning the Mayor about that budget. So enjoy. I believe they're doing a segment about well-run local democracies. But they ended up here. So oh, come on.
They were asking if they could ask questions.
No, they can't.
Told them.
Yeah. So if we can now move on, can I now invite Assembly Member Garrett to present the Budget and Performance Committee's response to the Mayor's consultation budget. Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking entirely politically impartially as Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee, I'll canter through the main points that we have considered this year as a committee. You'll forgive me that it is difficult to summarise a whole year of work in 5 minutes. Firstly, I wanted to talk a bit about the new process that we've rethought the way that we work. Of the 8 meetings that we've had since October, 7 have had a different approach compared with last year. A paper setting out some of the recommendations from one of those meetings is included in today's papers. I particularly want to highlight the 2 meetings that we had with external experts. There's a new thing that we brought in this year. We had Professor Tony Travers, Tom Pope, Professor Jagdit Chadha, Stuart Hoggan, Alfie Sterling, Antonia Jennings. They came in the autumn and they gave us a lot of insight into things going on in the outside world that the GLA ought to be thinking about. They came back this month and they gave us further insight on that and also into our own processes as they'd seen it so far. It was really valuable, the strengths and the weaknesses of where we are as a body of the GLA. I really want to thank them in particular for their time. We set them a lot of homework as well as the time they came to the meeting, so it was really appreciated. Late additional funding. So this committee wrote to the Mayor in summer 2022 after his budget assumptions for the income in 23-24 once again appeared overly prudent and cautioned that this could result in large additional amounts being added to his spending plans at the last minute, warning that it risks suboptimal budget planning and undermines effective scrutiny. This year, we've had 512 million added since December so far. Climate budgeting. This was a big theme, looking at the shadow cost of carbon alongside the financial cost of decisions. And this is something that the GLA is adopting across the board. We had a really useful meeting with Oslo. It's a city that's further along the road of this than we are. The main lesson that we learnt from that was the difficulty of moving from scope 3 to scope 3, so, from scope 2 to scope 3. So we are looking right down the supply chain at the carbon impact, all the way down the supply chain. It's extremely difficult. It's far harder than I think we understood, and no one appears to have really cracked it yet. So I think that is one to watch. MOPAC and the MPS. A big point of our discussion was the submission of 2 budgets, highlighting the extra 140 million for the Commissioner's new Met for London plan, on top of which is a budget gap of £72 million. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the 2 words, estate strategy. One day we dream of reading a Met Police estate strategy, but it is not this day. TfL. We liked TfL's carbon literacy training and we'd like to see that introduced across the GLA group. I think it's a good innovation that they're working on. On savings, TfL is targeting £650 million of recurring cost savings by budget year 25-26. And we recommended more detail on how that's going to be achieved. The recurring and one-off savings should be included in the final budget. We felt that was lacking. But what we do know is £3 million for toilets, for staff and for customers. Looking at the LFB, it's made great strides in how they do their budgeting. They have come a very long way, particularly looking at projects, capital budgeting. We want to recognise that. There's also £20 million from the Fire Safety Improvement Reserve, which is being used to fund modern firefighting training for the next 2 years. That is great. We really welcome that. But there's no detail on how that will be funded beyond that. The world of firefighting is changing, and this is important work. There is also the pay award for fire and rescue staff. In the draft budget, it is set. It is assumed to be 3%. That's what's been budgeted. The pay award is set by the National Joint Council. We would like to see estimates for additional percentage of pay settlements in the budget. As I say, 3% is the assumption that's in there. On housing, we discussed housing delivery with all the GLA bodies, as each one of them has some kind of building programme going on. One of the things we looked at was whether there's a way to somehow coordinate all of those different bits. But at the same time, there's a trade-off with the fact that TfL and so on each have their own land, their own, maybe, eventually, a state strategy, and the trade-off between coordinating versus sort of allowing 1,000 flowers to bloom and innovate. We do remain concerned about lack of detail around the Mayor's biggest initiative. For example, there's a lack of detail on affordable housing programming, spending, regarding assumptions, targets, milestones and risks. There is also rising costs over at LLDC's East Bank project, £93 million increase over the last 2 years, with no sign that that's abating. That is a real worry. In conclusion, I would say so that's what Budget and Performance Committee has been up to this year. I really would like to thank everyone on the committee, all of our guests who came along, not just the ones I thanked by name earlier, but everyone who's come along. And all of those people, particularly the people sitting at the back there, hiding behind that glass, who've done so much work behind the scenes to get that working, to help us to innovate and to probe and to uncover what's going on. I hope that next year the committee will build on the innovations and the work that we've introduced this year. I think they really have been an improvement. But before we get there, we've got one more meeting. We look forward to welcoming the Mayor and his team on the 20th of February for our final meeting of this Assembly term, and I hope to see many of you there. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the London Assembly's Budget and Performance Committee's response to the Mayor's draft consultation budget for 2024-25?
Agreed.
The Assembly will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in the order set out in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. The first question on that, may I say to the public gallery that the amount of time that each group has is proportional to their strength on the Assembly. The first question on that, the first section will come from Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning again. I've taken off my non-partisan hat now, you'll be pleased to know. So this is week 3 of having a weekly meeting about budget-related issues. I mentioned some of those just now when I was talking about what we're doing on the Budget and Performance Committee. So week 1 of those 3, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Mayor, you sat here in this room and you told me 3 times I asked you if it was £30 million that had been offered to London Underground to resolve the strikes, to give them extra pay. 3 times you told me that that was not the correct number. You wouldn't say what it was, but you said it wasn't that. But then the budget came out and it was 30.0, so 3 significant figures at 30 million. Why did you tell Londoners that it wasn't 30 million?
Good morning. I was quite clear. I wasn't willing to confirm the figure that was in the media because there's a process, and the process is for the draft budget to be published. There is also a process, as I explained during that meeting, for TfL to speak to the respective trade unions representing hard-working staff who work at Transport for London, and I think it's important for that process to have been followed. I have, from the GLA, given to TfL an additional £30 million. I similarly gave London Fire Brigade monies last year, the GLA and development corporations, and it's really important for TfL now to resolve these differences with the 4 trade unions in the proper process that they will use.
But, okay, what you've just said now that you said isn't what you said, though. You said it wasn't 30 million. You said that had been reported in the media. You shouldn't believe what you said what you read in the media, is what you told me. But I should have believed what I read in the media, and I shouldn't believe what you were telling me, that it wasn't that figure. That's what you said. It wasn't that figure. Why did you say it wasn't that figure when you obviously knew it was that figure and it was correct?
Because it's very important for proper processes to be followed when it comes to negotiation with those who represent our hard-working staff. Those discussions hadn't begun.
You could have said, I can't give you a figure, but you didn't say that. Well, you did say that once, but then you also specifically said, it's not that figure, don't believe what you read in the media. Why did you say that?
I'm quite clear. I was not willing to confirm the figure in the media because it was important for 2 things to happen. One, for TfL to speak with the trade unions to represent our hard-working staff, and secondly, for the draft budget to be published in due course, which it was.
But you specifically said it wasn't 30 million. And the concern is, of course, you're here today again to answer our questions. How can we believe the answers that you give us if you make very clear categorical statements like, it's not that figure, but then it is that figure?
Well, there will be differences, Chair. Newsflash, in the budget, draft budget published today, and there could be differences in the budget published in February. Experienced colleagues will know that. We'll do our best to go through the process that's been set by Parliament. Of course, our frustration is the delay in some of these numbers being finalised. We will do what we can to share as much information as we can, following the correct process.
No one was forcing you to say that it wasn't that figure. You chose to mislead me in your answers, would be my judgment. So just moving on from that, obviously that was an issue about RMT intending, being on the verge of striking over 5%. And as I mentioned earlier, the LFB budget assumes or budgets for 3% for the fire brigade. And as you mentioned just now, you did put more money into the fire brigade last year. Well, what's your message to firefighters who've got a budgeted increase of 3%, looking at rail staff who are refusing 5 and getting more money?
Well, the first thing I say to him is thank you. Thank you for what you do every day. I'll be at the public evidence hearing sessions this week to do with the Grenfell Tower fire. I know the Commissioner's been there this week. So firstly is thank you. Secondly is they will know from my record over the last 7.5 years that what I don't do is close down fire stations, sell fire appliances or make firefighters... You're
giving a speech and running down the clock on a question that isn't the question that I asked. What are the prospects of the GLA budget putting extra cash into the fire brigade in order for them to have more than 3%?
Chair, the question was, what's my message to firefighters? He's now asking a different question, which I'm happy to answer. So the new question I've been asked, without answering the first question, is what's going to happen next year? I'm paraphrasing. The answer is the monies we put into the fire service was for the exceptional inflation in 23-24. As he said in his opening comments as the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee, the negotiations for firefighters is done nationally. We know other fire and rescue services across the country have real challenges in relation to any increase. We've been prudent and set aside 3%. I'm not aware of any fire and rescue service putting aside that much. We'll have to wait and see what materialises in relation to the negotiations that take place nationally.
Okay, I suppose that was an opportunity to tell firefighters that you stood ready to give them a similar deal that you gave London Underground staff. That's the end of my time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Harani, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the state of the economy and the economic circumstances that exist around London and the UK today, what impact has the challenging economic circumstances had on your draft budget, and how does it support Londoners in the greatest need, and what is your assessment of the current economic challenges we faced?
I mean, if you listen to any economist, they will tell you that history tells us there's never been a parliament where living standards at the end of that parliament has been worse than it was at the beginning of that parliament. People are worse off now than they were just a few years ago. So we've had to deal with the consequences of some of those policies from central government, but also the cost of living crisis. And that's one of the reasons why we've stepped in with a number of bold policies to support Londoners during this cost of living crisis that you're alluding to. For the first time in the history of our country, providing free school meals to every child that goes to state primary schools. You'll be aware in 5 of the last 8 years we managed to freeze TfL fares. We're going to freeze them again until at least March 2025, which means the fare you pay up until March 2025 will be the same fare you paid in March 2023. By the way, had that gone up by inflation, that would have been 21% higher than it otherwise would be. Had it gone up by national fare increases, 14% higher. We're also making sure that we support Londoners apply for benefits they're entitled to but don't realise, and so we're continuing to fund for advisors to maximise the incomes Londoners are entitled to. And we're going to carry on doing what we can to help Londoners during this cost of living crisis.
Thank you. You mentioned the income maximisation scheme, and your draft budget announced £4.2 million to extend this particular scheme to help Londoners facing financial challenges in accessing income which they should be entitled to. Have we seen an increase in number of Londoners in need since the economic damaging government's mini-budget, and how important is this intervention?
Yeah, so the short answer is the interventions have been integral to many families keeping their head above the water. You mentioned the Liz Truss kamikaze mini-budget. We know that's led to the value of the pound going down, which means imports cost a lot more. We've seen a massive increase in foods, for example. We've seen an increase in people's mortgages because of interest rates going up, which has led to the government borrowing requirements going up, because obviously when you borrow on the gilt market, interest rates have gone up. Inflation's gone up as a direct consequence of some of the policies of the government, which means people are struggling, even though they're doing the right thing working. They're having difficulties making ends. We've seen rents going up as well. A tangible example, bless you, I've spoken to Londoners who have come off a fixed-term mortgage, and every month they're having to pay £500, £600, £700 more because of the interest rates being increased. The government did have a number of opportunities to address these issues by helping Londoners in autumn budgets. In budgets, they've not taken the opportunity to do so. I'm still hoping in the next budget coming up in the next couple of months, the government does step in and supports the families who are affected by the government's policies over the last 13, 14 years.
Okay, and just in terms of business rates, so a further £45 million in business rates funding is allocated in 24-25 to manage future pressures in the GLA's capital budget. Can you provide us with a bit more detail on why this is needed?
I can, but I know my Chief of Staff is itching to talk about the GLA impact, the impact of GLA on the business rates issue.
The Assembly Member, the problem is our capital programmes, like many other organisations, really are facing a perfect storm at the moment. You've got the requirements for second staircases, you've got high inflation, which has been particularly an issue in the construction sector. You've got the wider economic uncertainty and pressure on household finances, which leads to lower forecasts for house prices, which are a very important part of the receipts that we get for our capital programme. And you've got contractors at risk of insolvency. There was a survey earlier this week that from Begbie's trainer that said that the construction sector was the #1 sector where there were further risks of insolvency, and we've already seen that happening. So all these pressures have really combined to create a really unprecedented situation, and in order to keep going with the delivery, with the affordable houses and the other facilities for Londoners, we do need to make an additional provision in order to keep those projects going.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Mayor, you said in December you couldn't afford to extend the free school meals pledge like I would. You said you didn't have the money. Now it turns out that you did. So why did you threaten to deprive children of food so that you could score, in effect, political points nearer the election? And what caused your change of heart for free school meals between December, when you said you couldn't afford them, and the money for 23-24 was an emergency year one funding, and January, when you announced funding for another year?
Well, I'm sure the members are aware of the timelines in relation to local government settlements and so forth. I'm really happy to rehearse those with her, but those were published literally the days preceding our budget was published in December. In fact, the amount of money we were told by DFT for capital for TfL was on the day we published the draft budget. We've complained for some time that the government should be publishing these figures much earlier. When I was a minister in communities, we published our figures in November. So it can be done. So I'm not quite clear why the government waits until the last day before Parliament rises to do so. Had they done earlier, as they promised to do, had they done earlier as we did when we were in government, we'd have had the information to respond to questions that were being asked. As it is, it's been confirmed that we do manage our finances well. I think the phrase used is prudent financial planning from our credit rating agency. They say we've got reliable budgetary projections, and we've been given a good report from them. So I'm reassured that the advice I received was the right advice, and the decision we made was the right one.
Squirreling away is also a term I heard quite a bit for election year. But when you go back to the funding for free school meals, 87% of the funding you've announced for free school meals is from reserves, isn't it?
Well, they come from two sources. So because of the prudent way we have managed because the prudent way we've managed our budgets, and some good news, which is the predictions that there were for two things because of our policies haven't happened. The first thing is because of the pandemic, there was a concern the numbers of people using public transport wouldn't return. We had policies to try to encourage people back on public transport. We've seen a good return on public transport. So the fares income has not been as bad as was feared. Secondly, because of our policies, by the way, both these policies were criticised, to have Let's Do London campaign, encourage people back to London, encourage the recovery of our city. Our business rates are better than otherwise planned. We're to plan, though, for the scenario where TfL fares wouldn't be as good as they have been. We're to plan for the scenario where business rates wouldn't be as good as they had been.
Yeah. So 87% of the funding came from reserves, didn't it?
So no. It was 85.7%.
Oh, 85.7 from the reserves. Right. Okay, so that money was in your reserves in December, wasn't it?
Well, as I explained, Chair, it was in our reserves for some time. The government...
Yes, not touched. That's right. So let's go back to this subject. I know you'd like to take me off it, but I'm not moving. So we're still talking about free school meals. We're still talking about, I thought it was 87%, but I will stand corrected at 85 point something percent. Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. You're always absolutely on point there. But that money was actually in your reserves in December. We've established that because you said so yourself. So almost all the money was in place in December. But you said you couldn't afford it. It's miraculous that you've come up with something like this just before the election again, isn't it? Well,
it's really important. We talk in facts, which is the police settlement was published on the 14th of December 2023. The local government and fire settlement on the 18th of December 2023. The TfL capital grant response on the 18th of December 2023. There simply wasn't time to include much of this in the consultation budget. As soon as we were able to do so in January, we made decisions. Also in September, it's really important to point out to colleagues what Standard & Poor's said in relation to how we were managing our finances.
The truth is, you said you couldn't afford it. The truth is 85 point something percent was sitting there in one of your many reserves. So do you think that's the honest thing to do? Do you think saying, oh, please give me more, I haven't got any money, when you've got 87% or 85% of that money in a fund somewhere that you've suddenly come up? Do you think you should be more honest with Londoners? You famously proposed bus cuts, and then you saved us all from those bus cuts that were your own bus cuts, actually. So, you know, anybody would think that you were taking Londoners for fools.
Well, Chair, the expert that the Chair of the committee lauded, Professor Tony Travers, said that the GLA reserves actually are quite small in the context of gross budget. Standard & Poor have said our long-term strategy is transparent. We have prudent financial planning, and also described our liquidity as exceptional. So the experts agree with the response we're taking. As far as me as the Mayor's concerned, unlike the government, I'm going to step in and support those families who need support where it comes to free school meals. I'm going to support businesses and Londoners when it comes into support of freezing TfLs. The government could have done so as well.
Mr. Mayor, you're about as transparent as a brick wall. And quite frankly, in this draft budget, you've spent over £500 million of new money that you've squirreled away for years just because it happens to be an election year. So do you not think that looks a little bit desperate?
Chair, it'll be for Londoners to decide on May the 2nd which candidate's best placed to represent our great city.
I can't wait, Mr. Mayor. Then I should be answering these questions. But one thing I will tell you, I will be honest and I will be transparent, which is nothing like you are.
Well, Chair, let's just hope she knows the answer to the questions.
The next questioner is Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, universal free school meals, which have been mentioned a couple of times this morning, can you outline the benefits to Londoners of extending your universal free school meals programme for another academic year?
I'm unclear why the Conservatives are heckling when it comes to free school meals.
Like feeding kids.
I'm unclear why they're against children not going
Can we stop with the interruptions? Assemblymember Harani just said that we don't like to feed kids. That's actually disgusting, and you can stop heckling and being so misogynistic, Assemblymember Harani. You do it every single meeting.
So Chair, let's have some order. I am aware I tolerate a little bit of chuntering, but when it gets too much, I'm going to have to step in. So, Mr. Mayor, could you carry on?
So Chair, I'm really proud to have been the mayor, to be the first politician in history to have stepped in to provide universal free school meals for our children. And I think the point you're alluding to, Senator Ahmed, which led to the heckling from the Conservatives, was the fact there are many children in London who aren't eligible for means-tested free school meals who need the support of free school meals. To be eligible for a free school meal in England, your disposable income is going to be less than £7,400, no matter how many children you have. And so the Child Poverty Action Group have calculated that 41% of school children are living in poverty but don't receive a free school meal. So what we've done because of our policy is made sure every child, and that is 287,000 children who aren't receiving the means-tested free school meal, will receive one. It's nutritious, but also avoids the stigma, shame and embarrassment of means-tested free school meals and all that it entails. That will save, over the course of 2 years, a family with one child around £1,000. Just imagine the difference it makes if you've got 2, 3, 4 children. But the real prize is not just that children eating a nutritious meal, but teachers have told us children are more attentive, they concentrate more, they're more productive. Schools have told us the relationship between schools and parents has improved because they're not chasing debt. And parents have told us it's one less thing for them to worry about. And that's one of the reasons why I was really pleased once the interim CFO advised that we can now use some of the reserves we'd set aside because of our prudence to use it for a purpose, and that purpose is to extend free school meals for another year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You will be aware of the extensive reports that detail the benefits of universal free school meals. The government already recognises this because it does fund up to year 2 in primary schools. Why do you think it is that the government is so resistant to ensuring that all children, which includes London's children, to receiving a hot, nutritious meal each day?
Well, I think it's for the government to answer why they've chosen not to do so. It's a choice. Just like in 2010, cuts was a choice. Austerity was a choice. It's a choice to not invest in free school meals, and it's a choice to invest in free school meals. I'd rather our children eat a free school meal than waste money on a vanity project like a garden bridge, or on buying water cannons I'm not going to use, or another such frivolous expenditure. That's why I'm really proud we're doing this. And I'm hoping the evidence we gather, you've mentioned the evidence in your question, will be used by this government and maybe successive governments as the basis for providing this in perpetuity, but across the country as well.
Thank you. How many children in London would have gone to school hungry due to the cost of living crisis if you hadn't intervened this year?
Well, it's, as the Child Poverty Action Group said, 41% of children living in poverty are not eligible for free school meals. But actually, it's not just those living in poverty. You know, even families with decent incomes are struggling. If your mortgage has gone up by £600-700 a month, as Krupesh Harani alluded to in his question, that's a big problem. And so actually we've had all sorts of backgrounds of parents coming forward and saying what a difference it's made to them. I'm incredibly proud of the differences made, not just in terms of children not going hungry, but the difference in the classroom and productivity as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Having found an extra £512 million, will there be any more money in February? Extra money?
Yeah, can I ask the Interim Chief Financial Officer to answer that question, because obviously it's really important that you hear the expert advice in relation to this issue.
Good morning, Assembly Member. There are 2 more bits of information that we're due between now and the February budget. One is the information that we get from the billing authorities, which is due it's due on the 31st of January, but with about a week's delay in some cases. That might change the number, and then we get the final government settlements about the 8th of February. So those 2 numbers could alter one way or another. In the past few years, it's gone up. This draft settlement probably soaked up more than we expected, so I'm not sure whether if there is going to be additional business rates over and above that figure that we got in late December.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, you've talked a lot about the cost of living crisis. Many people across London are feeling that. But in view of the extra money you've chosen to spend none of that on holding down the precept. Why was that?
Because the expectation from the government is that we will increase the precept to the maximum allowed. We know the consequences of not doing so, because it means we receive a cut in the year when the precept applies, but in successive years as well. And we've got examples in relation to the first year that I was mayor. The previous mayor chose to not increase the precept, which in real terms meant the police lost 28% of their funding from City Hall. But in the first year of my mayoralty, we received less money from the government in grants because they said you should have raised the precept last year. But also in successive years, we received less money as well from the government. So when it comes to the Met Police Service, the Fire Brigade and TfL, in all 3 areas, The government assumes we're going to do so, and every penny raised, sorry, I beg your pardon, all the money from the precept goes directly to Met Police Service, London Fire Brigade, or TfL, not GLA.
Did you make any representation to the government in view of the cost of living crisis that they could do something different so that you could hold down the precept?
Yeah, so yeah, good question. This is not only did we, but so did the LGA and many others as well. You'll be aware that the LGA have expressed some concern that they represent cross-party group and London Council, some concern about not just the regressive nature of council tax, but there's been more and more cost displacement. The big concern local authorities have, which we share, is the impact on social care, the impact on temporary accommodation and children's services, because more and more of their core council tax is being used for that. You'll see across London and across the country, Sean, that actually most councils, if not all of them, are going to the maximum, because the assumption is you will, and you'll also have read reports in the media in relation to some councils being on the verge of bankruptcy, because even with the precept, it's not enough to fill the hole left by a reduction in central government cuts. Roughly speaking, the local government increase in funding announced, I think 65% came from council tax, not from central government. So you're seeing over the course of the last few years more and more money coming from council tax rather than what's now called DLUC, CLG funding from central government.
Okay, thank you. Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to speak to you about London's accessibility. Ensuring London is accessible for all has been a core aim in your work, especially within the London Plan. So how does your budget make London even more accessible?
Yeah, thanks for your question. I mean, this is really important in relation to a whole host of our policies. And by accessibility, it's not just disability, it's age. It's those with care responsibilities. We're now much more aware, thankfully, around issues around dementia, neurodiversity. So a whole host of our policies in all areas address issues of accessibility. One of the things that we've sought to do, and Dr. Tom Coffey, my health advisor, has been very successful in doing this, is something we call health in all policies. And health in all policies is linked with accessibility as well. So it goes to the London Plan in relation to our requirements on new build. I think we're doing a pretty good job in relation to dealing with issues of accessibility in new build. There are concerns in relation to retrofit and other issues there, so you'll know the conversations we have rightly about step-free access around old stations. So the new stations I'm confident in. The old stations, we've got a problem in relation to making sure they're fully accessible. Big problems in relation to buildings being accessible. TfL services, how are they accessible, and so forth. So we're mainstreamed this in our budgets, using our policies and plans, but also making sure that every part of the GLA family, functional bodies, development corporations, understands the importance of this. I'll give you one example. The OPDC are doing some, older common development, doing some work in relation to accessibility of North Acton, or what they can do to embed the issues of accessibility in that massive brownfield site there.
Fantastic, thank you. And I just thought I'd take a moment to also look at something in the budget that I was very, very excited to see. Now, the Assembly has had a historic ask of you, and in particular I want to thank Joanne McCartney and Caroline Russell for their work on this, but it's about making London more accessible through public toilets. Now, as I see, you've committed £3 million in your budget to furthering toilets in London, particularly on the TfL estates, and this is off the back of a feasibility study that the Labour Party called for, or the Labour group called for. So until we have the fuller findings of that feasibility studies where we might commit more money to toilets, I wanted to understand from you how you think that committing that money will make London accessible to all.
Well, again, Chair, we can see heckling from some members of the Assembly, which, there you go, he's their leader.
We're just live fact-checking that Labour voted against the thing that they're saying they're called.
Assembly Member Garrett, I didn't ask you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So can I echo... Can I echo the importance of the issue of toilets and how it impacts Londoners getting around our city? I want to thank the Green Party and the Labour Party for their pincer movement this time last year in relation to lobbying, sometimes behind the scenes and sometimes quite publicly, in relation to the raising this issue and raising the profile of this issue. I'm afraid the feasibility study is not back yet from TfL. No, my anxiety was because the budget setting process would end before we've received the report from the TfL experts, I'd then be presented with a delay before we can invest in this area. So what we've done in the budget is every year a recurring £3 million a year, which we think is the right amount in relation to the work that's undertaken. I should just say this, though. We have, over the course of the last few years, made sure that we've got the max amount of toilets our fees allowed. There's 320 toilets on the TfL estate. We've improved the number of those toilets. I think almost 3 dozen toilets have been improved. What the feasibility study is looking into is additional toilets, a big challenge with Victorian stations and the cost of doing so, modernise those toilets and the operating costs. And I would just say this, toilets aren't comparable to water fountains. They're much more difficult. But even getting, Leonie was involved in this, 125 water fountains across our city was a really difficult task. Water supplies, maintenance and so forth. And I'm not going to pretend the new toilets will be easy, but we put money aside to make sure we can start their work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think you're absolutely right to have, clarified the record. I think if perhaps the Conservative member was confused or had a lack of memory, he might want to watch the live stream for the last time we discussed the budget. But Labour stood up and called for a feasibility study because, as I began with my questioning, Caroline Russell from the Green Group, please, we've got people in the audience. It looks really embarrassing when you heckle like that, especially when you're the leader of a group. I name-checked Caroline Russell and Joanne McCartney for the work they've done on this, and it was a pincer move from the Greens and the Labour group. But we believe in good governance, and that means evidence-based policies, and that's why a feasibility study was essential. So thank you for continuing with that work. And can you just let us know when we might get the results or the clarity around what that feasibility study says? Yeah,
a good civil servant, I've discovered, talks in seasons, not dates. I've been told early spring, but my nervousness was, as Enver said, the budget basic process ends second week of February. I don't think it'll be before then. That's why we thought we'd get the money in now. I think realistically we're talking early March, but I'm trying to accelerate that. I mean, the chair of the Budget Reforms Committee used those two words, estate strategy, in the context of MPS and MOPAC. I'm afraid this feasibility study is also in danger of becoming bogged down with further work. So I want it published sooner rather than later. Yeah, quite. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Back over to you, Chair.
Just taking a deep breath to rediscover my impartiality. Anyway, Assembly Member Berry, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Mr. Mayor, I am going to ask you about GLA reserves shortly, not quite in the same way that Assembly Member Hall has done earlier. So a bit of background first, though. You have created, over these years since you've been Mayor, a series of specific, named, but reasonably small and not earmarked reserves, many of which are now winding up in this budget. We've had, for example, the Transport Services Funding Reserve, the Strategic Investment Fund Reserve, and the Environmental Improvement Reserve. And often we've seen money moving from one of these reserves to another without being spent yet. Every year, as Greens, we constructively give you ways to spend those reserves. We've put forward youth services, community resilience programmes, renters' rights work, and of course investing in TfL toilets. And you've taken some of these ideas up, though not in the year that we've generally proposed them. Now, we've seen the difference small amounts of money can make to Londoners, and we believe that Londoners are still in need now. In January 2020, I put to you that the Strategic Investment Fund Reserve was sitting there. It was £71 million I described as being fairly useless, effectively shoved down the back of your sofa. So my question today is, for the draft budget, now that you have the final estimates of business rates and the government settlement and all of that, have you now hoovered up every good idea you can for supporting Londoners and our communities to make sure you're not leaving anything stuffed down the back of your sofa? And will you seriously consider, sorry, second part of my question, and will you seriously consider the ideas in our amendment later in time for your final budget?
First of all, thank you for the context before you ask your two questions. I will ask my Chief of Staff to respond in relation to this, because he will explain the process by which I decide. I mean, my question is really, are you listening to our ideas and will you implement them in good time rather than waiting like a whole year? That really is a question for you. It's not a technical question. Well, the short answer is it depends on the idea, doesn't it? My question, will you look seriously at our ideas and consider them before your final budget? It depends on the quality of the idea. Of course I will. But also how much money we've got. those are two factors. Is the idea a good one? Can we afford it? And I'm always, by the way, and I hope that colleagues heard Sakina mentioned Caroline, but I always give credit as well when the ideas come from other parties and stuff. It's, I try and be collegiate where I can. We even smile about some great policies of mine, like the Hop Affair, because I recognise I've not got a fan of all the great ideas.
Okay, well, in that spirit, I mean, I know for a fact there are some good amendments coming from some of your opposition parties later on today. I really hope you'll read them seriously. You'll look at where you can find the money and not leave anything down the back of your sofa this year. Thank you.
Just to correct the record on your point, the Strategic Investment Fund, that was spent on what it was allocated for. That was part of the deal with government about 100% rate retention.
No, there were two different strategic investment funds. We were talking about a different one in January 2020. I'd rather we didn't spend a lot of time on that.
I know, but I'm fairly clear. It was one thing done with the government, allocated to strategic projects that were spent over multi-years as they delivered.
Okay, thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Enver, and good morning, David. I'd like to talk about investment, obviously, in the whole area of sustainability. And I noticed that in November of this year that Sustainable Fitch provided a second-party opinion on the green financing framework, assigning it a qualification of excellent, which I think is really good. And I think it shows the attention to detail that has gone into this sort of thing. I mean, can you imagine someone aspiring to be mayor who doesn't know how much bus fares are, for example? I mean, it's quite astonishing, isn't it? So I wondered if you could set out how the Green Finance Fund is going to support capital investment in environmental projects, and talk us through a bit how that arrangement is going to be cash flowed in the short term. But I understand there's been further announcements this month that you might wish to share some details of.
Yeah, I'm keen to bring him because he's on all the work and deserves the credit, Enver, in relation to the work that we've done in this, because it is groundbreaking. And the chair of the Budget and Performance Committee was rightly very generous about the great work of Oslo. I think we're up there or thereabouts. But also what we're trying to do is use the monies we've got to try and leverage in money. But Enver, do you want to explain how the Green Finance work, but also the great work in relation to getting some funds from the UK Investment Bank as well?
Sure.
That's fabulous news, I thought, yeah.
It is good news. Good morning. So we've put aside £500 million to lend at discounted rates for initiatives that contribute to reductions in pollution, air quality. There are criteria.
And we were able initially to say that we would be able to fund that from our reserves, in fact.
It was from our reserves.
Imagine if we'd spent them all.
We use the money that's in the reserves as a cash flow, so that this money is lent out until the time comes that we need to use those reserves ourselves. And 185 million was allocated before Christmas. We've had 2 batches of interest, and those are now going through our internal governance processes. I'm optimistic that probably before the end of this budget round, up to probably around 300 million of that 500 will be revealed within that short period of time towards a number of schemes, including local authorities, museums and other public sector partners.
Which is great news, but in January we've also now heard that, having started off by cash flowing it because of our good financial prudence, we've now been backed by the UK Investment Bank.
Indeed, we have, and they give us because of our credit rating, they give us a discount that I don't want to say here in public, but that discount enables us to pass that on to other partners who can then borrow at a cheaper rate than the PWLB, and that when that money gets paid back, we recycle it, excuse any puns, back out again for other schemes. So that's 190 million of that came from the UK Investment Bank.
Thanks very much for your work on this. Mr. Mayor, though, I mean, how do you think that this is going to start to impact as this bites over 24-25? What's it going to do for us in London as a whole?
Yeah, so there are really some cracking examples of work we're already doing. There's the solar membrane on London Stadium, which we've already begun. But we've got a couple of projects we're really proud of. One is the building I use for excellent counter-terror work. We're going to do work there in relation to making that more energy efficient, reducing emissions there. There's some really exciting work in relation to a heat network at Old Oak Common, I think it may be the first in the country, using waste heat to heat up thousands of homes and buildings. You'll be aware, we've had the interim report, but there's a final report due from the London Climate Resilience Review. Now, there's no way at all we can pay for all the recommendations that Emma's going to make, but some of them, we can do some enabling work maybe, or encourage others as well. And the other thing we'll see, hopefully, more fruits of in 24-25 is the Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund, the retrofit stuff we're talking about. So we're doing that work, but also don't forget, these conversations are now being had outside the GLA about, you know, the costs. Is it funded? Is it unfunded? They weren't happening as recently as 3-4 years ago. So that shows how the conversations moved on, and Enver meets regularly with finance colleagues across London, and they're much more mature now in those conversations than they were, you know, 3-4 years ago.
Well, it's good to know that some people are having mature financial conversations with a professional attitude rather than all these ridiculous comments about money stuff down the back of the sofa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask about Solar Together today. Has it been binned, buried, or can we expect a further programme?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Firstly, can I apologise again to those people affected by this initiative. I'm going to ask shortly David to come in with an update. Some of it's commercially sensitive for reasons you'll appreciate. So the issue was the subcontractors, you know. We've been speaking to colleagues around the country, some of whom are ahead of us in relation to resolving these, some of them are behind. The good news is, before David comes in, is everyone who has expended money has been guaranteed that money back. You'll be appreciated. We don't want to pay the money ourselves because obviously it's for the subcontractor and the contractor to pay. David.
I'm sorry, to be honest, I don't have much to add to what the Mayor said, so I won't take the time.
I do appreciate that. The question specifically, though, is more about the future. There isn't an update in the climate budget, which I was surprised about, given this was a previous flagship scheme that you've paid £900,000 promoting, and yes, we know the issues with, you know, the same amount of complaints as the amount of installations, but I think in the Environment Committee there was quite cross-party agreement that in general the principle is a good thing, if not the delivery. So I was surprised not to see it again. So my main question is, sure, can we expect a Solar Together programme in the future? It
depends on the government, Emma. So if I it was a policy that we were working with the government on, and there's been problems across the country in relation to the lack of maturity of contractors to do the work and then the subcontractors, and so that's the delay. If there was more contractors, quality assurance, money support from the government, yes, there's not enough in our budget to go alone. Is the short answer.
And when you were asked in December 2023, I think it might have been Assembly Member Berry that asked you, you said that the procurement was underway looking at the evaluation. I don't want to ask about the figures, but surely a time frame on when we can expect that evaluation is appropriate. Yeah, I know one of our colleagues was doing some work in relation to this, not David, Phil Graham's team. I'm not got a timeline on that, but I'm sure I can, if we've got it now, I can drop you a note after this hearing. Please, because that's already following the delay since June 2023 when the evaluation was first promised. And not to mention, I've still got questions to yourself outstanding on this from September. So I think a little bit more speed, especially before the pre-election period, on answers to this would be good. Chair, can I arrange for my office to look at both the issue raised by Assembly Member Best now, but also the September issue as well, and get back to it in relation to, at the very least, timelines. But I take her point about election periods.
Thank you for that commitment, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. My question is to you, Mayor Khan. Under your leadership, London's built a record number of homes since the 1930s and has really focused on providing affordable homes for Londoners. And we know that since 2016, there have been more than 59,000 council home building starts. And the most recent AHP, 21-26, we've hit our target of 116,000 affordable home starts, unlike the rest of the country. So how are you going to ensure that this budget will allow you to build on this record?
Thanks for your questions and your comments in the questions. Look, David Bellamy alluded to the concerns in relation to the Cooper's questions about capital. I think those same apply to the housing market. I think we're facing a perfect storm of problems. Not just inflation and interest rates, construction inflation, skill shortages, labour shortages, and so forth. I'm really worried in relation to the private market slowing down completely because they're pausing. They've got concerns around lack of certainty around second staircases, a lack of certainty around government policy, and so forth. So, I'm not as hopeful as I would have been we were speaking 3-4 years ago. The good news is some companies have done great work corralling everyone around the table, whether it's private developers, councils, housing associations and other experts. And the Housing Delivery Task Force has come up with a number of recommendations. We're in conversations with the government about how they can help in some of those recommendations. We're having conversations with councils and housing associations about what more they can do. You're right, we broke records between 2016 and 2023. The target we have between 23 and 26 is, roughly speaking, 23,900 genuinely affordable homes. More of a skew towards social rent, which is great for your constituents. It's also an opportunity, I think, in relation to the counter-cyclical nature of property and using council housing as a way to help the market, actually. You'll be aware of conversations we've had around council house acquired properties, and so we're speaking to experts to do what we can do from City Hall, providing certainty. The good news is last year we provided permission for more than 60,000 homes, so the permissions are being granted. It's a pipeline of what happens in the subsequent years, because next year there could be fewer applications and so forth. So we are concerned. I think 24 is going to be a tough year.
Thank you, and I particularly welcome that move and the new Affordable Homes Programme of 50% social housing. It's really what Londoners need. But we also know that that doesn't necessarily meet the needs of Londoners in terms of the housing crisis, and the Council Homes Acquisition Programme is part of that, but alone adds to the numbers. But I just want to know what external constraints there are on the budget to boost house building in London. You've mentioned a few things like construction costs, and I'm aware that, for example, with the lack of guidance around second staircases, we've got 29 buildings that have not started and 59 buildings across London not completed. So I don't know if there are other issues that are impacting delivery.
I mean, those are the main ones. I mean, interest rates affects this market. Is quite interesting because it affects the ability of developers to borrow, but also affects the ability of people to buy, right, get a mortgage and so forth. So they both have an impact on the market. Construction inflation is higher than inflation, which is a source of concern. The school shortages issue is not simply a question of Brexit, but also a lot of British builders are above the age of 50, so they're coming towards retirement. So that's another issue we've got. So Jules Pipe's been leading some work in relation to the adult education budget to try and skill up and increase the pipeline of construction workers and so forth. But it is a challenge. Emma Best's question about Solar Together, one of the issues there is the lack of skilled workers to do that sort of work that needs to be done. So it's not just the inverted commas new stuff, but the conventional stuff. There's a shortage of skilled labour as well. So all those things are a factor. You know, Tom Copley and I regularly speak to the government on this issue. It's a nationwide issue. It's not just a London issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Dr. Sahota, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. One of your tasks is to reduce the health inequalities in London. How has your budget helped to improve the healthy living standards in London?
Thanks for your question. So as I explained in answer to a previous question, we now have got a health in all policies mantra and strategy in City Hall that Dr. Tom Coffey leads on. And that's directly addressing the issue of not just health inequalities, but generally speaking, public health issues as well. Our budget's now moved away from missions and foundations to themes, and one of the themes, as you'll be aware, is health. So there are details in the health theme of the budget, but some of the policies that they'll pay for include expansion of school super zones, which have been transformative in those parts of our city which are, there tends to be a lack of access to fresh fruit and produce, too many fast food shops and so forth. The Healthy Learnings Schools programme is going to continue to progress. You'll of course worry about the difference that universal free school meals are making as well. We're also doing work in relation to air quality in and around schools, school streets and so forth. So a number of policies we're doing, they're not just siloed into the health budget, they're also in other budgets as well, because we're trying to mainstream this issue.
Yes, I think that you've been very innovative, that you've implemented the policy of health in all areas. And one other thing you really led on is been housing. But can you focus on particularly on housing? How has your housing policy improved the healthy living standards of Londoners?
Well, I want to be frank here, which is one of my concerns, and Sam's spoken about this in the past, is the quality of some of our homes is not great. Quality of council homes, housing association homes, private rental homes, mould and damp is well documented. And so we are lobbying the government for additional steps to be taken around here. One of the things that we've lobbied for some time is an Ofsted-style inspector of social housing. We think there needs to be a huge reform around private rental sector as well, the quality of accommodation there. We still haven't got the no-fault evictions through. So if you raise an issue with your landlord, as a private tenant, you're concerned he could or she could serve you a notice of eviction, because no-fault eviction can still take place. So people are scared to raise these issues. That has an impact, as you know, from your practice on people with issues around asthma and so forth and so forth. So we're making sure the new homes are all, good quality, high standard. The chaps' home are decent homes standard. We're making sure that the housing associations we work with are improving the quality of their stock, but it's a big issue because the backlog is massive on councils and housing associations. They've got limited funds, and so I can't promise Londoners there'll be an overnight transformation in quality of accommodation, and you'll be aware of the link between poverty and health, and the link between poor housing and health as well.
Yeah. And you alluded to the link between dampness and poor quality, and I regularly write to local councils about the issues, and I was very encouraged that you've taken this head on, right, that you do recognise it's a problem and you're taking actions to resolve this. The other, of course, thing is the impact of this free school meals on our young children, and you've led them that way. How do you see the health benefits of this policy?
Well, I'd encourage colleagues here to, if they get a chance, go and visit their local primary school and see the quality of the meals. They're fantastic. Not only are they free, they're nutritious, using good fruit and veg. Many of these schools are now water-only schools, so they're not serving fizzy drinks and so forth. Obviously, you can't control what's in people's packed lunches. Often it depends on the means of families. But if people are now giving up packed lunches and having free school meals, you can control what meal children are eating, and you will know the link between diet and health. You'll also know that I'm afraid 4 out of 10 10-year-olds in London in the recent years have been obese or overweight, not because they're overeating, but it's the quality of food, processed food, so forth, foods high in fat, sugar, and salts. And so, we're addressing that. With the limited powers we have. We're hoping the government also does more. The government did some great stuff years ago around sugar in drinks. They need to make further progress.
That the cost of living crisis hasn't helped people, because people don't actually eat unhealthy diets. It's this fact that they can't make healthy choices, right? And that your policies help with it. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all the good work you do in this regard. Thank you.
Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I want to ask about retrofit. It's something that we've spoken about quite a lot in this chamber, and I think we've agreed repeatedly that mass retrofit cannot happen without government funding on a big scale. However, Citizens Advice just this month have released a new report called Shockproof, which is demonstrating what we already know. That every home retrofitted is another family who don't have to choose between having a cold home and paying extortionate energy bills. Now, the government's latest funding programme is only for homes, upgrading homes off the gas grid. That means 3/4 of homes in inner London and over 85% in outer London are ineligible for government funding. And in your budget last year, you used £2.6 million to top up the Warmer Homes funding to support people with homes on the gas grid. So will you be topping up the Warmer Homes scheme with your own funding in this coming year?
Yeah, Craig, good question, because one of the things that my Deputy Chief of Staff has been working on is the issue about, because we've not got many of those properties in London, we may have to give the money back to government because it doesn't help the sort of families in London who needs help. So, as you know, we already do lots of work in relation to the Warmer Homes Advice Service, Warmer Homes programme. We will do what we can with the limited funds we have. I've got to be frank, though, the budgets we have will not affect as many people as need support. So we'll do what we can, but the reality is without government support, we're barely touching the sides.
Okay, so moving on from there and doing what you can, we've also spoken about skills and the big retrofit skills gap. I've spoken to community energy groups who can't launch retrofit projects because they can't get the right personnel. And last September, I wrote a report talking about the retrofit skills gap, which incidentally I've still not received a response to, but that's a slightly different question. So time and again, I've raised this in the chamber, particularly the acute shortage of retrofit coordinators. Now, I'm pleased, since I've written that report, you have made some small steps. You announced more retrofit courses will be made eligible for funding under the adult education budget. You then announced you will immediately pay for 50 people to undertake retrofit coordination in councils, and that retrofit training will be prioritised in the next round of skills boot camps. But this is only a start, because if you do get that government funding, the gap is going to get even bigger. So are you convinced there is enough skills provision in the budget to get this on track?
Yeah, well, one of the challenges we've discussed this many times before is the demand accelerating people who want to then do the course. And what we don't want is provide courses that either nobody goes to, or they do the course and there's no jobs to go to. And so, you know, Jules Pipe spends a lot of time, not just with the FE sector, but also with employers, to try and get them to talk and try and make sure that the courses are being provided as demand accelerates. But also, why can't we have continuing professional development, people who already are builders, learning the skills to do these jobs. So that conversation is taking place. I've not got the detail of my confidence levels, because it depends on the market, but I'm more than happy for A, to chase up the issue you've raised that's not been responded to, but B, to ask Jules to sit down with you to explain the progress we've made, and any ideas you've got to make quicker progress, we're all ears.
I really appreciate that. The chicken and egg demand argument, I think my report pulls that apart, but sure, that's when I'd like a response. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, as you know, one of my priorities in my year as chair is to increase the voice of young people in this chamber. So off the clock for this question, which comes from the Deputy Young Mayor of Tower Hamlets, who the Cabinet Minister of Education, Ifat Bouyan. I believe she's here today. So her question is, many students complain not enough funding goes to the arts in London. How much of your budget can you dedicate to the arts and youth?
Well, can I thank Chair, through you, the question, but also thank you for asking her question. So we've got a new theme in our budget called Global City and Culture, which sets out expenditure on culture. I think she's right, by the way, the importance of culture and arts, not just with young people, but all across our city. I have a phrase which is, you know, good art reflects our city, great art shapes it. And we want to make sure we're encouraging more young people to get involved in arts. So you'll be aware of our policy in relation to the London Borough of Culture. You'll also be aware with the opening of the cracking new V&A in Tower Hamlets in Bethnal Green, which is a great asset for young people. We're doing work in relation to culture across the city, supporting those venues that are at risk of closure. We're making some more announcements over the course of the next few weeks in relation to this area. An amazing stat which we should all be cognizant of in relation to the impact of art, not just in relation to the joy of it in itself. But 4 out of 5 tourists who come to London, 4 out of 5 tourists come to London because of our culture. And so there's, of course, a social case and a cultural case for good arts, but also there's an economic case as well. And we're going to carry on investing in this area and supporting schools and young people as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There may be others during this session, so don't relax too much. We'll now move on to the next section, there being no other questions in this section, which considers the London Assembly. Are there any questions on the London Assembly particularly, in which case I will move on to the next section. This is the section that concerns the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime. And I would ask that first lead-off question to come from Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, we've heard through the Police and Crime Committee about the very good work of the Violence Reduction Unit. So it is worrying to see the budget for the VRU fall over the next 3 years when it should be increasing. Now, your top-up of earmarked reserves this year is welcomed, but I'm worried about the fall that's coming in future years. What are you going to do to ensure that the VRU has the long-term funding that it needs to do its work?
First, can I thank you for your generous comments about the VRU. It's the country's first violence reduction unit. And since it's been set up, we've seen a reduction in homicide, robbery, those young people injured with knives, and gun crime. So what you refer to is largely due to a fall out of carry-forward reserves. So the monies from the Home Office tends to be 3 years' money, and what you'll see is some of the programmes are 3-year programmes or 2-year programmes. So it's not because of a lesser commitment from us in the work of the VRU, it's just the way the budget's been set out. So we're committed to the work of the VRU. We think the Home Office is persuaded of the work of the VRU. I'll be speaking to the Home Secretary later on today, who I know in the previous Home Secretaries have been very impressed with the work of London's VRU, to the point where we help other VRUs across the country. I think for 24-25, we're using 8.9 million of reserves, and that also is a combined allocation of Home Office money, but also City Hall money as well.
Yes, but your reserves go, the proposed earmarked reserves allocated to the VRU go down for 25-26 and 26-27. So, yes, the overall budget for the VRU this year is 38.4 million, but for the 25-26 year it's 29.9, and 26-27 it's 28.8. So my point stands. I'm concerned about the long-term picture for the VRU, but I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next question is from Assemblymember Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and other members of the panel. Mr. Mayor, how will the MOPEC, Males Office on Political and Crime, and the MPS, Metropolitan Police Service budget help to enact the reforms to the Met, which have been set out in the new Met for London plan?
Yeah, no, thanks for your question. Last year's budget, 23-24, I increased the Met Police budget by £53 million. A significant proportion of, and that's recurring, a significant proportion of that £53 million is towards transformation reform that you allude to post Casey and other reports. This year's budget, on top of the increase over the last 7 years, I'm further increasing the Met Police budget by £88 million recurring, and much of that will go towards transformation reform as well. So we're doing what we can to support the Met Police Service. Unfortunately, even though the government has spoke warmly about the work of the new Commissioner and the need to reform, there's been no financial support from the government in relation to any of the reform. I'm hoping the government does step up and give the Met Police Service support financially in relation to the reforms that you talk about.
So, obviously, you're concerned that aspects of the reform, many indeed, could be at risk if underfunding continues. I think there was something in the statement overnight. It was reported on BBC Regional News this morning.
Absolutely. Look. I mean, the Commissioner, not unreasonably, is concerned about the need for pace of transformation and reform. We simply can't by ourselves fill the massive hole left by central government. We'll do what we can to support the police service in relation to police officers, police staff, capital. We get no money from the government for capital for the Met Police Service. So we're doing what we can, but I've got to be honest with Londoners, unless the government supports the Met Police Service, we will not be able to have the pace of transformation that Londoners deserve and demand.
Of course, there's a question of the £240 million underfunding in terms of the National International Capital City grant.
Well, I'll give you two examples of the pressures that put on us. So in 2016, we were told the shortfall is £159 million. Inflation over the last 8 years mean that gap is now £240 million. Real terms cut from the government of around 32%. The Just of All process before Christmas cost about £20 million. Process post October the 7th have cost the police £21 million, and so it's a real pressure. Premier League games cost the Met Police Service around £18 million. It all adds up.
Indeed. So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, obviously outputs are important. Could you just give us a flavour of how, if these reforms are delivered, how will they help deliver better policing for London, which is what London is, after all, interested in?
Really important question, and this is the core of the new Commissioner's passion for this area. More trust leads to less crime and higher standards. Why? Because if the public has more confidence in the police, they're going to come forward and report crime. They're going to come forward and be witnesses in prosecutions. They're going to come forward and join the police service. So it's all linked: more trust, less crime, and higher standards. And that's why I'm frustrated about the lack of tangible support from the government in relation to the transformation programme, which the government accepts we need to undertake.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. My final question. So you're coming to the end of your second term. How does this budget and others in the past helped or will help in maintaining and increasing police resources in spite of government underfunding of our police service? After all, we are just filling the gaps caused by government underfunding.
Yeah, so this budget is about filling the gaps, as you said, left by government funding. 28% real terms cuts from the previous mayor to the police, 32% from this government real terms cut to the police, a 93% increase in the police from me over the last 8 years. That's the difference I've made in terms of supporting the police. It's not enough, though. We need more police officers, more police staff, more support for capital. People, complain about the delay in the estate strategy. It's really difficult when you're in a situation where you're not sure about police numbers, police staff, support from the government. We will carry on supporting the police. It would really be good is if we also had some tangible support from the government as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the policing section of the Mayor's budget? If not, let's move on to the next section, which is Transport for London. And the lead-off question will come from Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In your budget, you have allocated £50 million for the ULEZ scrappage scheme, additional money. Can you confirm to us whether that additional pot of money Londoners will be able to use to apply for retrospectively if they bought a new vehicle before you amended your criteria last year?
So, Chair, we're increasing the amount of money to the scrappage schemes. It's now north of £210 million. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go back in time to when the ULEZ first began in 2017 was the first incarnation. It is a forward offer in relation to those who haven't yet applied for the scrappage scheme to do so. My understanding from the last figures I saw was the amount of scrappage used is £138 million. So there's still money left in the current amount of scrappage scheme. And so the new money is because we're hoping more Londoners who haven't yet applied do apply for that scrappage scheme.
Okay, I feel that's very unfair, and I know lots of Londoners who did the right thing, scraped their money together in order to clean up their vehicle, then found the criteria changed and they could have had some support with that. So I hope you might reflect on the criteria for that pot. Let's move on to your fares freeze. Can you just confirm where the 123 million to freeze fares has come from? Which pot of money, please?
Yeah, because of he gets the decimal points right as well. I might ask David Bellamy, the Chief of Staff, to give an accurate
I believe
answer.
it might be the Transport Innovation Fund, but could you clarify, please?
So yes, it's the what's described in the budget documents as transport innovation, which was funded by additional business rates greater than anticipated in the Mayor's budget guidance.
Lovely, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, so that Transport Innovation Fund is for 147 million, so there's a 24 million difference. What are you planning to spend that money on?
I've not decided yet. So what I'll be doing in the course of the next few weeks is setting out where that money will be spent, if at all. And I'll make sure, once I've made my decision, colleagues are notified in due course.
Okay, so we can expect another announcement of a new initiative over the coming weeks for 24 million?
If I decide to do so.
Yeah, okay. We look forward to reading that. What I want to understand about the fares freeze, and I think, absolutely right if you want to freeze fares, and it's really good for passengers in London, but clearly there's the financial sustainability of TfL. I just wanted, perhaps you could explain to us, because TfL's business plan in December assumed a 4% increase in fares. So does the fares freeze meet the assumptions in TfL's business plan? And how did you assure yourself around the sustainability of TfL when you made this decision?
Well, I've got the unique experience that other mayors haven't had of freezing fares for 5 years. So I can see the difference freezing fares makes in relation to not just us having, therefore, massive reserves because people were using public transport when the pandemic occurred. We didn't have reserves of 1.2 billion, we had reserves of 2 billion. The money would have run out in 2 months had we not been so successful getting people using public transport. Across the country, we saw massive reductions in bus usage. We didn't see that in London. So we've seen the difference policies can make. But you're right, the assumption in the budget planning was a 4% increase. Not unreasonably, TfL asked the question, well, look, we've planned for that money coming in. We take your point, Mr Mayor, about more passengers using it. And so we've given from City Hall, as David has set out, the monies you referred to. The advantage for TfL is it reduces the chances of volatility that could occur in relation to what happens over the course of the next year. It means we can stabilise what happens with buses as well. So they're very happy because that gives them certainty. We're confident it will lead to better recovery next year than had been planned otherwise. But also you'll be aware, I know you get lobbied a lot of time by London's culture, hospitality, retail businesses. They want people back as well. And also this conundrum all global cities have, which is return to the office.
Yes.
And so we're hoping it will address a number of issues. We'll have to wait and see if that materialises.
But this is obviously 1 year funding for that. So then going forward, are you having to make any adjustments to TfL's business plan and what you plan to deliver and services you deliver, or are they going to have to find savings to make up for that in the future?
Yeah, so 2016 to 21, they found savings. We've been quite clear to TfL that they can't find savings. We'll have to step in relation to supporting TfL's assumptions. You're spot on, because if they've planned, if we don't see the increases that I'm talking about, then we'll need to step in and support them in subsequent years as well, because the base is lower than otherwise would be. Right, that's the point I think you're making.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that we will need to look out for in the future.
Spot on.
In your budget, previously you had the Transport Services Funding Reserve, which you've now dispersed, and that had stood at, if I've got my figures correct, £287.9 million.
If you think you're nervous, you should. I'm much more
sure
nervous than you are.
At the end of the last financial year. Now you say that's because TfL stabilised their finances, but you've just had another round of discussions with the government about funding, and particularly around your capital budget. And that we know there's a shortfall there. We know things are really tight at TfL. So why is this reserve no longer held? Could it not have been spent to, whether it's maybe supporting some of the capital programme or in other ways? And might that be something you should reconsider, given what you've just said, that you're going to have to help out TfL in future years?
With your permission, I'll ask David to respond to the issue of that particular reserve.
Yeah, so you're basically right. That reserve was there because of the risks facing TfL, and while the risks haven't gone away, we have the end of the government funding deal that provides certainty around fares revenue. TfL it's unprecedented, and it's worth the Assembly acknowledging. TfL is going to deliver an operating surplus this year that just hasn't happened before, and that will be a growing operating surplus in future years. So in that situation, it isn't needed to allocate a reserve, and that released. And then obviously it's a matter of judgment for the Mayor in terms of where that should be allocated. And clearly, the Mayor set out in this budget the things that he sees as the biggest priorities at this time, given that we have managed through a lot of hard work and negotiation through TfL, following the capital funding deal with the government, to maintain the TfL business plan so that it can be delivered by this budget.
Okay, Mr Mayor, are you assured, though, given we've had that discussion that you may need to support TfL in future years, that you don't need to either keep additional money in reserve or also look at whether you could use some of this money to help support the capital programme, which you're having to reduce?
No. So what we've done is to keep inverted commas a loan facility that we can support TfL with, because you're right to express legitimate small c concerns about what happens. Bear in mind, life is so uncertain. So we have got we still haven't bottomed out the figure. You'll remember last year it was £500 million. Fortunately, they didn't need to use that facility. So that was figure lot. It's £500 million last year. We're still discussing what the final figure should be for 24, 25. But I think your underlying point is right. There needs to be some way of TfL if, God forbid, something happens, there being support. And we're working out what that should be. And hopefully by February, well, we have to by February let you know what that figure's going to be.
Right, so somewhere in the numbers here, there is the potential for a loan facility for TfL that's not defined at this stage, which is almost like this reserve that will help if such a case comes up.
Yeah, as with the current one, it will be done for our cash flow, so you wouldn't see it in the budget tables. But absolutely, yeah, it will be a decision that will be public and transparent.
And that will be spelt out, because I think Londoners will want that assurance, given your policy decision around fares and given still the volatility out there, that to make sure that we can keep our transport network moving. And that's what hugely worries me, that we're going to see. We already see the creaking Bakerloo line trains or whatever it is out there. We want to make sure that we can keep the transport network moving.
Spot on.
And you've assured yourself as Mayor with this.
It's a point well made, and one of the things we're grappling with, and I've grappling with, as I always do, over the last few weeks.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question to our Chief Finance Officer, Enver. Enver, did you know when the budget was being drafted that this 147 million included the money for the fares freeze?
At that point, I was just told it was about transport innovation. I wasn't privy to exactly what it would be for.
That's interesting. Did you ask? Did you ask what that money was for? 147 million pounds is an awful lot of money, and you're in charge of the money.
I didn't ask specifically. I wasn't told specifically it was for fares. It was for transport innovations. That was all I was informed of.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Mayor, who decided or suggested keeping the details of the mention of a fare freeze out of the budget document?
I'm not sure the thought process works like that. It's an issue of us being told what monies we can now prudently spend because they're not required for reserves. The Chief of Staff works up some options. There are discussions that take place, and then I'll make a decision.
So who knew that the fares freeze was coming and that it was within that £147 million?
So, remember, it's a question of good governance here.
No, transparency, I would suggest.
Well, yes, and that requires the Mayor to, in order to be able to put in the budget documents, this is funding the fares freeze, it required the Mayor to take the decision around the fares freeze. The Mayor took that decision on the afternoon of the 18th of January, and we announced it the following morning. And the budget documents were published on the 17th, and that's why you couldn't reflect and announce a decision that the Mayor hadn't taken.
I hear what you say. Incredible. Enver, as a financial professional, do you think that it's a particularly transparent thing to not mention £123 million fares freeze in a draft budget? And what did you advise the Mayor on that?
As I said, I wasn't told that it was specifically for fares. There's a transport policy team that work with TfL, and they advise through the Deputy Mayor for Transport. They advise the Mayor and his Chief of Staff directly. So there's a limit to what I can pry into. I mean, I think if I'd have known,
I feel for you, Enver.
If I knew and I was allowed to, I would then publish it, but I didn't.
I know you would. So, Mr. Mayor, do you think that's particularly transparent?
I think we're incredibly transparent. Those are the words of Standard & Poor. They say we are transparent, and I think they're right. We are.
So, all this money is going to a fares freeze, and you decided it shouldn't go in the draft budget that we all looked at. And Assembly Member Berry specifically asked about it the day before, and I was very impressed by that, and you wouldn't answer it. Now, you can't have suddenly decided that that's what you were going to do.
Can I just confirm, it is the case, I decided to freeze TfL fares next year, just like I decided to freeze TfL fares for 5 of the last 8 years. I think the Chief of Staff has explained the process, which is a process that's been used for the last 23 years. I'm just disappointed no other mayor will be able to claim they've frozen fares for 6 years.
I'm disappointed that you don't have the guts to put what's going on in your budget so that this Assembly can actually scrutinise it properly. Do you think that it shows you as honest and trustworthy when you do things like this?
Chair, I've been quite clear in relation to the difficulties with the government's delay in publishing various budgets until as late as they can in December. I go back to when I was a minister in that department. We published those settlements in November. Had the government published those figures in November, we could have made decisions far sooner than we did. When we were in government, decisions were made so they could take effect in January. Because of this government's incompetence, they now take place in March, and so I'm disappointed by processes from the government.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we talk about transparency, I tell you now, we see through you, Mr. Mayor, and I jolly well hope Londoners do too. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Berry, forgive me, you wanted to come in on a point of personal explanation.
Yes, because my previous questioning was mentioned in names, and I just wanted to explain that it was, in fact, the reduction in fares income that prompted my questions to the Mayor at the last meeting, which I think, makes it even more blatant that that is what they were going to do, and obvious, and should have been explained in the text. But I just wanted to be clear that that was the part that made me ask those questions, that the fares income itself was reduced, and I would have expected finance officers to ask questions.
Thank you for that. I am starting to get a few complaints about the level of chuntering. If we can keep it down a bit, because members should be able to concentrate during this meeting. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and ask some questions actually on the substance of the budget, if that might be helpful. I think that's what Londoners probably want us to do today. So my question is on growing the transport network. As one of the key deliverables in your TfL budget is to attract more customers onto the TfL network, while another is to continue to be affordable for customers and taxpayers. And obviously you're taking the step of a fares freeze, which is obviously core in terms of keeping transport affordable. So how are you going to continue to balance those two demands without government support?
That's what's at the core of our strategy when it comes to TfL. Look, we know the pandemic has led to a change in behaviour of commuters across the globe. And what we sought to do last year was encourage people back on public transport. We were criticised for the marketing campaign. It was the right thing to do to get people back on public transport. The great news is, on average, during the week, it's now 90% pre-pandemic weekends, sometimes north of 100%. We think this fares freeze will encourage even more people back than would otherwise be the case. It will attract more people away from hybrid working to office working, but also, really importantly, and it affects business rates when it comes to next year, support London's hospitality, culture and retail sectors, which is really, really important to our city. So we've toyed around in relation to what we could do with buses versus tubes versus trams versus overground, and we thought the easiest thing was a freeze across the piece, which means that everyone knows TfL fares are frozen, and we're hoping that number 9% goes up and up and up. TfL hoping on a growth strategy of 6%, which is really ambitious. We've got to do what we can to make sure we get that back. So you'll be seeing, hopefully, non-TfL partners trying to encourage people back on public transport as well.
Thanks. That's really helpful. So my first follow-up was going to be around that subject of increased ridership and the financial impact of that, because Londoners on low incomes more likely to use buses than the tube, so the fares freeze particularly affecting benefiting low-income Londoners because of local trips by bus, so meaning a real terms reduction in fares for poorest Londoners. So TfL are expecting ridership to increase, and they've built that into the budget, I assume. So what's the sort of, how confident are you on those numbers? Are you expecting that we could see higher than that, and actually to start bringing more money in? What's the scope of that?
I'd say the reason why we should be reasonably confident about TfL numbers is they tend to get predictions broadly right. They get daily data, which stations are being used, which bus stops are the busiest stations, which bus stops in a decline in usage. One of the joys of the hopper fare is, particularly in outer London, poorer Londoners benefit from jumping from a bus to a tram to a bus within the course of an hour, paying the same fare. So we can tell in the course of a month if things are going as predicted or not, and we can then do things to try and ameliorate any issues, to try and see why things have been successful, what's led to a change and so forth. And this point about me being criticised for stepping in to support TfL to avoid industrial action, I'd remind colleagues, had the tubes been shut for a week, which is what would have happened, think of the impact on our economy, on TfL and so forth. That's why it's really important for us to have a mayor that doesn't see a sign of weakness to support TfL and trade unions, but understands the importance of resolving things amicably.
No, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't agree more. And it just, again, in terms of expanding the network and how we get more people using the transport network and therefore bringing in more money, as we've seen with the Elizabeth line, one way to attract more customers onto the network is expansion on and improving the network. But to be able to reach the pre-pandemic levels, so the aim is 4 billion journeys by the end of 2026-27, how much is that at risk, considering we're continuing to see uncertainty about long-term capital funding? And as we saw, we got money very late on and only half what was requested, which of course then meant, you know, TfL will have had to rejiggle their budget at very, very late notice. So how much can we actually do that and genuinely expand and improve the network if that assurance isn't there?
It's really important, that assurance you're talking about. I'll give you an example. So we've managed to bring in record time a completely new bus service, the Superloop, in record time. Now, our ability to negotiate about new bus routes, current bus routes, frequency is inhibited by the lack of certainty, because it's 7-year contracts often. You speak to the Network Rail, National Highways, most of the cities across the country, they've got multi-year deals, 100% capital. We've got a 1-year deal, circa 15% of our capital. That's with a less ambitious capital plan. It's just not sustainable. And so we're hoping the government sees sense, but also affects our long-term plans. Park for a second renewals and negotiations, but long-term programs in relation to what we can do in relation to new services. You mentioned the Elizabeth line, but new services. Buses, they're reasonably easier than tram extensions or Bakerloo line extensions or Crossrail 2 or the West Orbital link and so forth. But that certainty would really help us planning and making sure we get the best deal for Londoners.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Susan Hall's point is one about transparency. It's our job to hold you to account, and we can't do that if you're not transparent. If you're not transparent, our job becomes one of investigation rather than scrutiny. We cannot scrutinise if you're withholding information. So I want to go back to that point that Assembly Member Pidgeon raised around the 147 million. In the budget papers that were released last week, there's a clear statement here at paragraph 5.11. It says the Mayor has decided to allocate an additional 147 million business rates income to TfL in 24-25 to fund innovation in transport. It goes on. Further details will be published in advance of the London Assembly Budget Plenary meeting on the 25th of January. So when was that information published?
It was published on the 19th of January.
Specific to the Transport Information Fund? Innovation Fund?
The mayoral decision that the Mayor took around fares was published that morning.
Around the whole of the Transport Innovation Fund? So, not about the fares, about the whole of the Transport Innovation Fund, the 147 million. Because if that detail's been published, then we'll know where the extra 24 million is, won't we?
So, as the Mayor said in response to Assembly Member Pidgeon, that he's taken the decision around the 123 million. He took that on the Thursday afternoon. We published the decision on the Friday, and I would anticipate us being similarly prompt.
I'll read the paragraph. It says details will be published in advance of the London Assembly Budget Plenary meeting on the 25th of January.
And they will.
Can we point at a piece of paper now to tell us where all of that 147 million is? Because we cannot scrutinise if information is being withheld.
So you can point at a picture about a piece of paper around the 123. As the Mayor said, he's not taken a decision yet on the further 24.
Okay. So the answer is no. We don't have the information about the 147 million. Okay. I'm not trying to catch you out. It's a very clear question.
You have the overwhelming majority
of it. What you've asked us to appreciate today is on the 17th of January, when this paper was published, which talks about the 147 million, there had been no decision about freezing fares, right? And then on the 18th, when both Assembly Member Berry and myself actually asked about freezing fares, no decision had been taken. So that 147 million was in there just on the off chance something would happen. And then on the 18th, that's when you couldn't answer the question. And then on the 19th, less than 24 hours after myself and Assembly Member Berry asked the question, that's when you took the decision. Is that right, Mr. Mayor, on that 19th?
I'm not sure about dates. I signed the decision on dates.
Thursday the 18th.
So that's great. Okay, so I'll do it by dates. So Tuesday, or rather Wednesday, the papers were published, which talks about the 147 million. Who knew where that was going? Thursday, both Sian Berry and myself asked, is that money going towards any sort of fare fees? And you didn't know. And then on the Friday, well, I asked about it as well. On the Friday, it was published that there was going to be a fare freeze. So by that timeline, the decision to freeze the fares must have been taken on the Friday one. Assembly Member Berry is saying she didn't ask specifically about the fares freeze. That's fine.
I need to reiterate that I asked specifically why the fares income was down. That is not about what you're spending money on. That is why have you reduced the fares income? How are the fares being reduced?
That's fair, so I'll take that. I asked about the fares freeze and any kind of innovation or changes around those fares. So what we're having is that when we asked those questions on the Thursday, no decision had been taken, and the decision was taken on the Friday. Mr. Mayor can answer it.
I don't think that's right. The decision was taken after that meeting. I'm not sure what date, but after that meeting.
So after we asked about, so after we asked about if there was going to be any changes to the fares on Thursday morning, and you didn't know, Thursday afternoon you took the decision to freeze the fares.
I think what I said was no decision's been taken by me. Subsequently, a decision was taken by me.
Okay, because on Friday morning, then there was a huge press junket and there were lots of press releases. Yep. So when were the press told about that? When were they given advance notice of the fares freeze?
I'm more than happy for the Director of Comms to let the member know when the press were notified. I just don't have information.
Is there any chance they could have known before we asked those questions on Thursday morning?
I didn't sign the decision until after that meeting.
So if we find out that the press had been briefed about that on Thursday morning, the press would have been briefed that there was going to be news about a fares freeze before you'd taken the decision.
Chair, I can't comment on process.
Well, hypothetically, would that be the case? If the press were informed there was going to be a press release, a junket, some story about fares freezing on the Friday, if they were informed about that before questions were asked here on the Thursday, that was set up before you made the decision, wasn't it?
I'm quite clear, Chair, in relation to my decision to freeze fares. I signed the documentation after that meeting. That would have been, I think, the afternoon of the Thursday. But I don't want to get the dates wrong by error, and so we can check the dates. But it was after that meeting.
So like I said right at the beginning, we cannot scrutinise if information is withheld. So what we don't know about now is the extra 24 million. I was just scooting around some sort of press reports and especially information that came out of the last meeting. And there's an article by City scribbler Ross Lydell, who's clearly a Swiftie, because it talks here about the potential for surge pricing on TfL. So are there any conversations going on about surge pricing, altering prices of fares, any kind of Taylor Swift-style pricing for transport fares?
Yeah, you're in danger of not looking cool, man.
Do you know what? I'm told that every day, man. It's the pleasure of having a teenage daughter.
Yeah. Mine's a bit older now, but yeah, another feeling. Chair, can I ask the Chief of Staff to explain the options? Because there's a sausage-making machine. I come later on in the process, so the options is decided. There's a long list and so forth, so maybe the member will benefit from the Chief of Staff explaining the process, so I want to give him as much information as I can.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. In terms of the fares decision, to your earlier point, we were, like the Mayor had to take a decision, whatever that decision was going to be, because TfL needed time to implement it, and so doubtless, the press were informed that a decision was coming because there had to be one, because if nothing else, TfL had to implement the government's decision about national fares, so that work had to happen, and there was a deadline to meet. In terms of other aspects of fares, certainly something that we've been talking about and looking about. We are certainly not in a kind of Taylor Swift type scenario, I think. And one thing very important to remember that we consider is that people need certainty about what fares they may pay to decide to undertake their journey. And particularly with contactless, when you use Oyster, you get the you know how much you pay. You don't with contactless.
Thank you, David. You're eating up time here. So the premise of the question is, it's Thursday now. We're asking questions about the 24 million that's outstanding. What I'm asking is, are there decisions or are there things on the table that you haven't made a final decision for yet, but that we can expect to see in the next couple of days, especially around fares, pricing, or anything like that? Is there anything you're making a decision on after this meeting?
There are many things I'm decided on after this meeting. I'm not sure any of them relevant to the question you asked.
And this is what comes back to transparency again. We cannot scrutinise if we don't have the information. Just very quickly, because I'm aware of time, have there been any conversations with the DFT about this? Because UK taxpayers have funded, quite a few bailout packages. I think I want to be careful of the decimal point for David Bellamy. It's about 6.4 billion, I think. So when you're freezing fares, has there been any conversation with the DFT about it, or have they contacted you to make any representations?
We have many conversations with the government, including the DFT. I just remind the member, we contribute net £60 billion to the government's coffers, £60 billion, which we don't get back from the government. We're the only transport authority in the world that doesn't get penny support for operating costs, and we speak regularly to the DFT on a whole host of issues and other government departments as well. And I will always be lobbying for more resources for us.
So have you spoken to them about the fares freeze?
We speak regularly to the DFT.
Have you spoken to them about the fares freeze?
I can't answer the question. What I can do is ask colleagues to respond, but we speak regularly to the DFT, and I'd be astonished if
you can't answer the question about whether or not you've spoken to them about the fares freeze.
And I'd be astonished if fares policy was one of the issues that was discussed with them, including issues in relation to capital support and other issues we discuss with the DFT regularly.
So this is the concern. That again was not a straight answer to a straight question, which goes back to what Susan Hall was talking about with transparency. And when you look at these things, when you look at announcements being made in the press, when you've been asked about it from this scrutiny body, that's when it starts to look like rather crude electioneering, and that's what the concern is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, to answer the question, which is very important that I'm allowed to do, impartial chair, is look, I think it's really important.
Never said anything.
Quite.
He was complimenting you.
I'm hoping Londoners are reminded of the fact that in 5 of the last 8 years I have frozen fares: 2016, 2017, 2018. 2019, 2020. I'm really proud to have frozen fares over the course of the next year as well. And I'll carry on supporting Londoners with the cost of living crisis and also with the recovery. Chair, there's somebody behind you trying to get your attention. Chair.
Sorry. The next question is from Assembly Member Devonish.
Thank you. Good morning, or is it afternoon now? Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. You used to talk a lot about being a convening mayor. The one thing I'd love you to talk about, where in the budget will you help with convening and money for Hammersmith Bridge, which has been shut, as you know, to motorised transport for 5 years in 2 months' time? Thank you.
Chair, can I just explain for those colleagues that aren't aware? Hammersmith and Fulham is one borough, not two. And it's really important colleagues understand that distinction. But also, as you'll be aware, that bridge is owned by that one borough, not by the mayor. Look, we've been trying to explain to the government the importance of working together in relation to resolving the fact that the council simply can't afford to pay for the cost of the repair to that build to the bridge to the level where vehicles can go over, nor can TfL. We don't own that asset. The government can. We're more than happy to work with the government. My Deputy Mayor already sits on the group that meets regularly to discuss progress on that bridge. I'm hoping the government provides financial support that is required, because in the meantime, people struggle to get across in their vehicles, but also our buses can't get across as well. And hoping this is resolved sooner rather than later.
I was hoping that this is a Labour council. They own it. I was hoping you could use your convening powers, because if we don't do something, this is going to go on and on and on. And it's real people in Hammersmith and Fulham and across the river in AM Rogers' constituency, not you and I. It's not a politician's issue. It's we've got to work together, all of us, to sort this, please, Mr. Mayor.
And that's one of the reasons why we're hoping the government does step in and sort this out. This shouldn't be a party political issue. It's disappointing it's been made one. The reality is that council cannot afford, whatever colour of the council running at the moment, to repair that bridge to the tune of £240 million. The government knows this. Local residents actually know this. And I'm unclear why the government's delaying taking action.
I'm glad we have a new mayor on May the 2nd. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry I called you in the wrong order. Assembly Member Prince now, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, you know about Gallows Corner. You know that the government have given us £40 million, or pledged £40 million. As you've had this unexpected windfall of money, do you think you could actually come up with the extra money so that we could have a brand new Gallows Corner rather than the refurbishment that is on the table at the moment? But if not, can you at least give us a commitment of a start date for the refurbishment, please?
Thanks for your question. So the government is supporting the refurbishment of Gallows Corner. I'm not got the date to hand. I'm more than happy to ask TfL colleagues to let the member know. I should just remind him, we're just talking about assets we don't own. We haven't got sufficient funds to maintain properly the assets we do own. Major roads renewals is a big concern. We have, Senator Pigeon referred to Bakerloo line, the concerns we have, the oldest trains in the country, concerns around signalling. So we have now got agreement from the government in relation to refurb of Gallows Corner. I'll make sure colleagues let him know offline when those works will begin.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll just go on the clock for I could hand over to Assembly Member Dr. Sahota. Mr. Mayor, on my behalf, what proportion of your budget will you be allocating to sorting out the mess that is the Central Line at the moment? The complaints on the experiences of commuters on the Central Line have now filled up Twitter and every other form of social media. What will you be doing to sort that mess out?
Chair, thanks for your question. And can I apologise for all those who have been struggling with the Central Line in recent days. So the business plan, which the budget helps support, does have money set aside for improvements to London's transport network. I had the pleasure of visiting one of the recent refurbed trains. I'll make sure that TfL colleagues let Central Line passengers know the progress of improvements in relation to some of the challenges that have been faced in recent days.
Thank you. People are aware of the long-term investment in the Central Line, but in the short term is becoming a nightmare for people. So any amount of allocation that you can do to sort out the experience at the moment would be very welcome by residents who use the Central Line. Thank you. Back on off the clock. And now we go to Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mayor, it is good to finally have a budget line for investing in Transport for London toilets. I've been asking for this in amendments for years, and I've spent time recently discussing the feasibility study with TfL, and with the right investment, without further delay, more toilets on the TfL network could change the lives of so many Londoners. So why is your proposed investment in toilets only £3 million a year? Are you sure this is enough for an annual budget to answer Londoners' urgent need?
Chair, I can promise you, had we set aside £3 billion, you'd have said it's not enough. And so, look, we've not got the feasibility study back. We've set aside £12 million over the next 4 years, £3 million a year. Let's wait and see what the feasibility study says. I was keen, though, for us not to have a conversation when the report comes out. of me saying the money's been spent. And so this gives you some comfort, I hope, forgive the pun, but it's really important that we try and improve what we have and also have new toilets as well.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're going to find 3 million a year is not enough. Last year we put forward 20 million and you told us it wasn't enough, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, please.
Okay, I just want to go back to fares freeze for a moment. Just to be very clear, I'm really pleased you've frozen the TfL fares. It's your complete right to do that. It's your right to do it in an election year. It's your right to announce it when you're ready. But I had specifically asked you about the reduction in passenger income. That wasn't some money it wasn't like the other Assembly members have asked, some money that you'd said you would allocate later, you hadn't set it aside. This is an actual reduction in the passenger income, which I specifically asked you about. If this wasn't the fare freeze, what was it based on in terms of putting together that budget with those numbers in it? And why wouldn't you explain that to me?
The short answer is, when it comes to preparing for Mayor's Question Time, what I'm not doing is looking over the draft budget that's been published. I've responded to, roughly speaking, 110 questions during that 2.5-hour period. If you'd asked the question in Mayor's Question Time along the lines you'd said, I'd have had the prep and responded to in advance. I responded to questions in advance.
In advance than when you published the budget the night before?
Well, I think this goes back to my frustration at the delay in the government publishing financial settlements. There's no reason at all.
Sure, but I just don't see why there was a need to not say, I've got a really exciting fares announcement coming up. You might have guessed correctly, Assembly Member Barry. There was just nothing, and I think that's really, really wrong. And really, there should have been a paragraph in this budget saying the reason for the passenger fare income going down is there's been there's going to be a fares freeze.
There could be a variety of reasons why that's gone down.
But there wasn't.
And Assembly Member Baker referred to growth. There's no reason at all why it has got to be 6% growth. I'm quite clear. If people give me advance notice of questions, I diligently do the preparation and respond to the questions that I ask, as colleagues will hopefully accept. When people ask questions that I've not had time to prepare for, don't be surprised if I say, I don't know, I can't answer that.
I'm going to maintain that you did know. This wasn't Schrodinger's number. You knew exactly why that number had gone down. And I just think you should have answered my question this time when we got this document in the first place. And I think you really do need to review your process of announcing things to the press before you tell us, particularly when we've asked you outright about something that's really obvious.
Yeah. I think there's many who would agree with you on that, Assembly Member Berry, in terms of process. Assembly Member Duval, please.
Thank you for the proposition around the fares in terms of what you've put together in this budget. There's also an important element of where you've given protection around concessionary fares, and given the threat that we faced that following the COVID crisis, which might be worth just elaborating, what do you think are the future threats to the concessionary scheme in this coming year in terms of this budget, to be honest?
So colleagues with shorter memories than yours will try and conveniently forget over the next 98 days. We mustn't let them. That this government wanted us to remove free travel for those children under 11 on the tubes. This government wanted us to remove free travel for those below the age of 18 on buses and trams. And this government wanted us to remove free travel for those above the age of 60. And we said no. What we've had to do as a consequence is increase council tax precept by £20 for TfL. That's a choice that I'm willing to stand behind. And it's really important. It goes to the issue of universal provision. I think all children should be allowed to use public transport, and all older people. That's what the Freedom Pass is about: freedom, dignity, and so forth. And it's really important we understand that public transport, if it's going to be meaningful transport for the public, it should be accessible, safe, and affordable. And I don't apologise for doing so as well. And people have talked about, other mayors sitting in this seat in the future. Londoners should be cognizant. Had another mayor been sitting in this seat over the last few years, they wouldn't have had free travel for those below the age of 11 on the tube. They wouldn't have had free travel on the buses below the age of 18, and they wouldn't have had free travel for those above the age of 16. It's important we remind them of the voting records of those around this table.
And also, that in terms of what you stood up for and stopped, if we listened to the government at that time, we would have had a flat rate charge costing Londoners more in terms of a congestion charge across London for outer London. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about people's selective amnesia is they forget that this government also wanted us to have congestion charge, not just for central London, but for all of London, 7 days a week. Those who claim to be on the side of the motorists conveniently forget telling people about that. They didn't say boo to a goose when I stood up for Londoners and said no again.
And it was that silence over the over 60s pass when that was under threat during COVID. Did any of the political parties, I can recall some political parties here in this assembly making representations at that time about concessions. Was there any from, was it unanimous across the assembly, or was it just a few?
It's a matter of record. The Conservatives did not support me in relation to my lobbying of the government. They didn't support me standing up for Londoners. I want to give credit where it's due. The Labour, Lib Dem, Green coalition did say supportive things in relation to our stance. It's really important to understand in a parallel universe, not only are Londoners paying £15 to drive across London, those people who are children who are above the age of 60 are having to pay to use public transport as well.
Okay, and can we now return to the issue of the capital programme? I know it's a bit odd in TfL because the revenue programme sometimes supports a capital programme in traditional local government terms, but the lack of a planned capital programme, I welcome the work that TfL's done on the extension to DLR, but we should be moving on a number of other major schemes over and above some of the programmes, the renovation programmes that TfL are doing, not just new schemes and networks. I think one of my colleagues mentioned it earlier on. Is there any sign from your conversations with government around these budgets, is there any light at the end of the tunnel about getting some resolution of long-term programme that benefits not just Londoners but benefits the national economy, that makes sense? There was a think tank that's published something today that says, quite frankly, the government shouldn't even be thinking about tax cuts now in terms of that because of where we are economically and where we are on public spending. Tax cuts means real cuts in public expenditure at some stage. You can't have both at this particular time around that. So where do you think we are in terms of a long-term programme that does benefit Londoners and supports the London economy and the national economy?
Thanks for your question and your commentary on the question as well. But the frustrating thing about the government is they've got no means to the ends, which is growth. We want growth, right? How do you get growth? And there seems to be a situation where they don't realise that we're not saying invest in London at the expense of Manchester or Liverpool or the North West, the North East or Scotland or Wales. We're saying invest in London as well as the rest of the country. It's not us versus them. We're in danger of nobody getting any investment in this area. And I'm worried because you mentioned the fact that the country benefits when we invest in London. I referred to a stat in answer to a question from a member about the fact that we contribute net 60 billion to the Treasury. Imagine what more we could do with more investment in London. You've benefited in your community with the Elizabeth Line station in your constituency, new homes, new jobs, regeneration. Imagine if we had Crossrail 2, the southern extension of Bakerloo Line, new trams in Croydon and Sutton, the West London orbital. The electric buses we need are built across the country, from Bellamy to Dundee, from West Yorkshire to Guildford. So the country benefits by this investment. We address the issue of climate change, address the issue of air quality, we create jobs, wealth and prosperity. And I'm unclear why the government is giving us this hand-to-mouth money there and capital. There's some silver lining, some room for comfort is the government hasn't closed the door completely. They accept the principle we can't afford to pay all the capital expenditure in perpetuity. We need some support from the government. They didn't accept the principle in operating grant. George Osborne and Boris Johnson signed that away. That gives me some hope that we could have some support going forward.
And the other issue in terms of particularly on the transport budget, that's going to make a real difference to out of London, to be honest, is the bus investment issues. You've mentioned it briefly around that. Over the next, in terms of building on that, this budget does begin to lay those foundations, and we can see that coming into action about addressing some of the issues of the lack of investment in Outer London on a public bus service, your super loops in different ways. Tell us more about what you think that could be over the coming years and how further we could expand that bus service in Outer London.
Yeah, thanks for that. We've got to invest in public transport in Outer London. We've got to. For centuries, they've been neglected. You look at a bird's eye view of the map of London, you can see the wealthier parts have tubes and great transport connections. The less wealthier parts, more rural parts, haven't. And the good news, this budget means that we have an increase of 4 million kilometres of buses, an increase in 4% in Outer London of buses. We're going to do more, not just the Superloop, 10 routes, 9 of which will be up and running by March. 2 new routes in Sutton and Croydon, consulting on night buses in Outer London. We're going to do more as well. By the way, there are opportunities, because of the alternatives in central London, to have fewer buses maybe there. Walking, cycling, tubes, Elizabeth Line and so forth. So we can move some of our resources. It's not necessarily new resources, but it goes to what Ellie Baker was asking. The lack of certainty around long-term multi-year contracts means it's really hard, because we don't know what money we'll have this time next year from the government. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we can go off the clock for a while, because it's opportune that one of the questions from young people is relevant to what Assembly Member just said, so I'm going to bring it in. And this is from Ishak Buyan from Bishop Challoner Catholic School. And he says, will all forthcoming and existing Superloop routes prioritise electric, low or zero emission vehicles?
Well, can
this is not allocated to any political group. I have that.
Thank you for the question, Chair. Can I thank the student for his question? He may have left the room. So we're making sure all our buses are super clean. All the new routes that are negotiated, the new routes are zero carbon. There may be some delay in some of them going zero carbon because of the way the contract's been negotiated, the delay. But the ambition is for all the buses that are new routes to be zero emission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We now move on to Assembly Member Garrett, please.
We're talking about TfL, how it spends its money. We know TfL is no longer spending its money on diesel buses. TfL bus fleet's going electric. People will be obviously concerned that in the last fortnight we've seen 3 of those new buses catch fire. Fortunately, no one has been seriously injured or killed. We don't want to wait until they are. Hopefully that will not happen before we act. What action have you taken, Mr. Mayor, to get to the bottom of what is going on and obviously to prevent repeats?
Thank you for the question. I know the interest is taking buses, so I was just being whispered that the Deputy Mayor is having a meeting this morning to discuss this very issue. I do know the one garage that caused some concern, they pulled all the electric buses to reassurance, to check them, as you'd expect them to do so, to see if there's any systemic issues or issues with the particular design of that buses. I'm not sure if you're aware, but different bus operators often have different types of electric buses, so we've also made sure we're checking the different buses used by other manufacturers. Up until now, I've not got a briefing on the meeting the Deputy Mayor had, we've not seen any issue that's led to a sort of a technical issue that leads to all the buses being withdrawn. It's just an error in the side of caution, just to check and double check. I'm happy, Chair, to write to the colleague and copy Assembly members in relation to the outcome of the meeting I was just whispered about that took place this morning.
Please do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that commitment. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you are aware of the Broadmead Bridge in Redbridge that has been closed for a while. This is not a TfL asset, but it does go across a TfL asset. Now, the council knew about this since 2014, and it's now been allowed to get into such a state of disrepair that it's no longer usable by traffic. Would you be prepared to meet with me and possibly someone from the council to discuss how TfL can assist the borough?
Chair, I'm not sure if I'd be the best person for that meeting, but I'll arrange for TfL to meet with the borough, just to let the colleague know there are other boroughs across the city, not just Hammersmith Bridge. There's one in Merton, I know, there's one in Redbridge you referred to. where these are council-owned assets, but there's difficulties in relation to long-term maintenance and so forth. But I'll arrange for the relevant TfL officer to meet with the member to discuss this particular bridge, Chair.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, in November 2021, you and I first raised for you opening the Chingford second exit, or reopening the Chingford second exit. We've just seen the rail figures published for this month that there was 1.7 million people crossing through that station last year. And actually, with that gate closed, if you are elderly or disabled and you're travelling from the wrong side of the station, not having that gate adds about 5 to 10 minutes to your journey to get round to the other side of the station, let alone the crowding issues, especially at peak times. Can you please finally commit that this year can be the year we can finally have a second exit at Chingford Station?
Can I thank you for raising the question again. I've just not got the details about the relevant gate. Can I again arrange for somebody to respond to the member to let her know what the position is in relation to the gate?
If you're making any decisions this afternoon, perhaps some money from the Transport Innovation Fund might do it. Just a tad.
I'll bear that in mind.
There being no other questions on the TfL section of the budget, we'll move on to the next section, which is the London Fire Commissioner. And the lead-off question comes from Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, good morning. What impact is the increase of fires caused by e-bikes and e-scooters having on the fire brigade's budget?
Yeah, thanks for your question. And can I just put on record my thanks to the families of those 3 who lost their lives, who've been campaigning to address the concerns there are around this issue. The most recent number I have is 3 people lost their lives, 60 have been injured by these lithium-ion batteries in e-scooters and e-bikes. So the short answer is the fire brigade is far busier in relation to issues around prevention and protection, response, but also their communication work as well. The LFP doesn't break down their budget in terms of e-scooter, e-bike fires, but actually you just prompted an idea. I think we should ask the LFP to see if it's possible to break down the amount of work they're doing and the cost on just this one issue, because there's been a rapid increase in the last year or so. We can also speak to colleagues in New York and stuff with regard to comparators, because we did do that sort of work in relation to the built environment because of concerns around ground fall and so forth. So let me take that away actually in relation to what we can do in relation to actually seeing the impact on our resources, what it's costing us aside from the human misery and concern.
I mean, because part of the cost is ongoing training, but it's also the number of firefighters who are involved in each one of these fires. Due to their complicated nature, they don't respond like normal fires. But in regards to regulation, I think it's really disappointing that we have for sale, online or other vendors where you can buy these retrofit kits. You can buy unregulated batteries for e-bikes and e-scooters, and they're cheaper than sort of regulated official ones. What can the government do? Why isn't there legislation coming forward?
So look, one of the things that frustrates the LFB and me is, as much as we may do around comms, the Charge Safe campaign, that's education, which is important. We'll carry on doing it. It's very important. But actually, there's loopholes in the law in relation to a lack of regulation. So conversion kits. You mentioned batteries. You mentioned chargers. The government could legislate to outlaw the sale of certain of these items. You'll be aware of the work of the Office for Product Safety and Standards. They've done some work, and they're basically saying, in a nutshell, there needs to be changing regulations, changing the law. So the commissioners met with the government to discuss this, met with the Office for Product Safety and Standards. We're lobbying the government because, currently 3 dead, 60 injured. How long before we get regulations in? Question, could those future deaths and injuries have been prevented had there been regulation changing the law sooner? So we're going to carry on lobbying the government, and I think this is an issue that hopefully there's cross-party support across the Assembly. Joint letter from the Assembly, would hopefully just put some pressure on the government to move faster.
Yeah, I agree. And you were asked earlier, but you weren't given full time to respond. So I'll give you an opportunity now. But what is your message to London's firefighters regarding this budget.
Look, the first thing is thank you. I mean, I've nothing but admiration for our emergency services, firefighters included, and their jobs become more and more harder. From when I was young, watching programs about firefighters on TV or going to a fire station. You've just given one example of the emerging challenges firefighters face. Many of our firefighters had no idea about the existence when they first trained of lithium-ion batteries, how they explode. You've seen some of the fires. What happens to them? We discussed at the last minute's question time issues around flooding, wild fires when it's 40 degrees Celsius. We've also discussed at previous minute's question time our firefighters being the first responders to a terrorist attack, and I could go on. And so, I thank them for their service. I know it's difficult in this cost of living crisis. Many of them often have a second or third job, I'm afraid to say, because they've got to try and keep a roof over their head and food on the table. But I want them to know that, that I value them, and I know you do as well.
And thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I think the next question, I think the member would appreciate a very succinct and quick response, and it's the name of Assembly Member Bakari.
Given the Met has provided figures on cultural change, what is the specific funding for cultural change in the LFB in the 24-25 budget?
There is money set aside for this. I'm afraid the time it'll take me to find it may take up her time. So I'll just we got the figure there.
Yeah. So the culture review cost £160,000, and the main programme that has a lot of the culture work taking place for 24-25 is £2.85 million.
Liberal Democrat group is now on time. Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to build on the last two questions, actually. So you just said that a lot of firefighters have second or third jobs. It's outrageous, and I think a lot of the public don't know that. Now, the London Fire Commissioner said recently at Budget and Performance Committee that were he to give a pay award of 3% or above, then other areas might have to be cut. And he included in that investment in culture. Now, you'll know very well the culture review that showed misogynistic, racist, homophobic attitudes among some firefighters and some people in the fire brigade. It's not fair, is it, to pit the culture against pay? As in, the message seems to be, not necessarily from the Commissioner, but if you dig down into it, you can have your pay award, but you're going to have to work in a toxic environment. So can you give a guarantee that that culture review money will be ring-fenced?
I think the point the Commissioner was making was he's got to find the additional money from somewhere. And there are three obvious sources. One is the government steps in to provide additional money, or we do. Secondly is he's got to find additional savings elsewhere. Or three, he's got to reprofile investments. Basically, three areas they can come from. And the point he was making was just being candid that some of the things he'd like to do may not be able to done. That being said, there aren't many fire and rescue services, if any, who have put aside 3%.
Right.
So some fire services are having to make cuts in year, park pay awards and stuff. So I think we're in a good position compared to other fire and rescue services, but we've got to be cognizant that there could be a pay increase more than 3%.
Can I ask again, will the culture review money be ring-fenced?
I don't think much of the money that the LFB have can be ring-fenced, except for the stuff that's contractual. And so I think we're going to take his warning and his counsel very seriously.
I am worried that in the past money's been taken from the Freemasons. People need to be paid properly. I think I'm out of time here.
It's annoying that the Green Group is now out of time, because I was fascinated by that last bit. That's well, perhaps some other time for that. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if a 5% pay increase wasn't enough for tube workers, is a 3% pay increase likely to be accepted by the firefighters?
I'm sure the member's aware that 23-24 is the year the tube workers are talking about. The firefighters, we're talking about 24-25. Although inflation isn't down to the government target of 2%, in 24-25 it should be less than it was in 23-24, where at some stages it was in double digits. And so that's the difference. And you should also be aware that last year with the fire brigade, I stepped in to support them because of the difficulties with 23-24, just as I did with development corporations, GLA, and indeed Transport for London for 23-24, because of the exceptional nature of that year.
You really can be so condescending sometimes, can't you? I was really looking at the percentages. We look at our police officers, they're getting 5%. Do you not have any concerns that throwing £30 million at tube workers will make it harder to persuade firefighters to accept so much lower increase? Do you not think that that is somewhat irritating to police officers when the minute the tube workers flex their muscles, you find millions of pounds?
Excuse me, Assembly Member Hall, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could members on this side keep it down a bit? I know you have opinions, but if you want to express those opinions in the chamber, you can press the button. Well, I would ask that you rediscover self-control, Assembly Member Baker. Apologies. Apologies, Assembly Member. Please, Assembly Member Baker, please don't start this.
I did not start it, Chair. You called that amendment. Should have intervened earlier on.
Have you finished now, Assembly Member Baker? Very good. I think you need to sit down. Oh, you are sitting down. Now, Assembly Member Hall, I apologise for that interruption.
That's okay. I'm used to it, Chair. When questions are put that the members trying to protect their mayor don't like, they chunter away. But we will proceed. So going back to that £30 million that you found as if by miracle at the back of the sofa, do you not think that throwing lots of money at tube workers will not irritate our very, very brave firefighters, police officers, etc.? And we must bear in mind that police officers can't go on strike, so they haven't got the same clout as the tube workers. So do you not think that this will put our
Assembly Member Hall, could you pause for a moment? I'd like to suspend the session for people to reflect upon how they are treating the rest of the meeting. So we will suspend for 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Now we were Assembly Member Hall, if you'd like to continue, please.
Well, would you like to answer that? Because I would like to know what you think that our firefighters and police officers who've had a lower pay increase than some of the tube workers would think when you throw money at the tube workers and you don't throw money at them, yet you profess that you know how hard they work, and we do. This is one of the few things we agree on. Firefighters and police officers are to be admired. So it's a shame that you haven't got 30 million quid at the back of your sofa for them, don't you think?
Chair, I'm surprised the member is not aware.
No, please carry on.
That the police pay is decided by the government, not the mayor, and London Fire Brigade pay is decided via national negotiations, not by the mayor.
Equally, you manage to find money all over the places for causes that you want and don't even put them in your budget, which is why we are trying to look at your budget to see if we can come out with sensible suggestions, etc. Our job is to scrutinise, Mr. Mayor, and as my colleague said, how can we scrutinise when we haven't got the truth in the papers, where everything is hidden? I've never known anything like it before, and quite frankly, it's got worse over the years. I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
The Conservative group is now out of time. We have no other indications at this point. The next section concerns the London Legacy Development Corporation. Are there any contributions from members? The one after that is the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. Are there any contributions? That being said then, it looks like we have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Mr. Mayor, you're free to go, and thank you to your officers and yourself for answering our questions today. I would like to propose the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and 15 minutes and return at... How does that work? 1:45. 1:45. Good chance. Good attempt. 1:45. When we return from the adjournment, Assembly members may propose amendments to the Mayor's budget and any budget-related motions. Copies of those are formally provided at the point that they are moved. Therefore, papers may or will be circulated in the chamber once we return from the adjournment. However, if groups wish to share them informally in advance, they are welcome to do so. Are Assembly members in agreement with the adjournment? Agreed.
The Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.
Sorry, I'll wake you up there. Welcome back to the London Assembly's draft budget plenary meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the draft consolidated budget and any formal budget amendments. I will hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting. Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. The substantive motion on the agenda is to approve the draft consolidated budget for 2024 to 25, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it, with or without amendments. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12b, this substantive motion shall be considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. In accordance with 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out on the agenda, amendments moved to that point, and any budget-related motions tabled at this point. At this point in time, we have 3 budget amendments which have been tabled before you, and no budget-related motions at this stage. Budget amendments at this stage can be passed by a simple majority of votes cast, and any budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act. Otherwise, the statement is a budget-related motion. The Mayor is under a duty to respond to amendments passed when he presents his final budget at the 22nd of February 2024 Mayor's Question Time meeting. And the Chair in a moment is going to invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled. Just to explain to members that all 3 budget amendments before you have an equal aggregate effect in terms of amending the bottom line. And in that scenario, Standing Orders ask us to draw lots. I have just drawn lots. And the Liberal Democrat group came out first in that draw, so those 2 amendments will be moved first, and then the Green amendment. The final thing I just want to make members aware of is that in order that you can bear it in mind during the discussion, we seek advice from the Interim Chief Finance Officer to understand what the implications would be about if more than one budget amendment were agreed. This is because effectively what Standing Orders say is that budget amendments are cumulative to the extent that they don't contradict each other. In terms of the 3 that are before you, the Chief Finance Officer has confirmed that in his view they are stackable, if you will, so they can all accumulate together if that is the way the voting goes. So I'm looking at the Chief Finance Officer who can confirm.
I can confirm that they are all stackable.
Thank you very much. And the Chair will now call on members to move and second.
Chair, sorry to interrupt you just before you start, but I think we may have another school party with us, and I wondered if you were able to introduce us to them.
I do know who they are.
Thank you.
Not from the top of my head. I have a note.
Of course.
Yes, I believe they are Avon House Preparatory School in Redbridge.
Hello.
Oh, hi. You're so quiet, I didn't see you there.
I did wonder if you'd not noticed that they'd come in, Chair, which is why I mentioned it. It might be the last time that they interact with us while we get into our slightly less exciting part.
Can we now, I will now call upon Assembly Member Pigeon to move her amendment.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I'm moving our amendment on the subject of Erasmus. So London is a global city. It's always been so. And for as long as history tells us, our city has been an international centre for the exchange of ideas, technology and culture. And following the Brexit vote in 2016, our city's leading role in Europe and across the world was significantly damaged. And we know that a fact that most Londoners did not vote for this change, and young Londoners especially were against the move, with about 60% of Londoners voting to remain and an estimated 73% of young people nationally voting to stay within the EU. So it's easy to see why young people have lost out the most and feel that they've lost out the most. And while they previously had the ability to travel, work and study across all of Europe without hindrance, they now face a mountain of bureaucracy. This situation was worsened by the UK government's decision to withdraw from the EU's Erasmus student exchange programme, a decision that wasn't even necessary to complete Brexit, but one that was forced through seemingly out of spite, despite widespread support for the continuation of the scheme from Brexiteers and Remainers alike. Indeed, many non-EU countries are part of the Erasmus scheme. And with the loss of Erasmus, young Londoners lost an amazing opportunity to expand their knowledge, exchange ideas and boost their employability. But this is not just a loss to young people. The knock-on effects also mean this is a great loss to our city's dynamic economy, our world-leading education institutions and our cultural vibrancy. And I thoroughly believe it's our duty to all of us to ensure that our younger generation are not left with fewer opportunities than those that we had ourselves. And that's why we have brought forward this budget amendment today that seeks to do something proactive to give young Londoners back some of what they have lost. Our budget amendment would establish a London Erasmus-style pilot programme for young Londoners, offering GLA funding towards youth exchange and volunteering opportunities internationally. Our amendment offers a practical and simple way for London to rebuild its international influence and restore young people's access to exciting opportunities across Europe. Erasmus is, of course, best known for its work around university and higher education exchange programmes, but it was actually much more than that. The scheme also provided exchange opportunities to those doing vocational training, internships or apprenticeships, adult or lifelong education and sports. And for a modest £600,000, our proposal would fund a year-long pilot, the funding of which would be drawn from the Mayor's business rates reserves. And we envisage that £500,000 of this would go towards supporting exchanges and another £100,000 would be earmarked specifically for international volunteering. And we've also proposed a simple evaluation model for the scheme, taking into account both qualitative data and stories and testimonials from participants and associates. And following a successful evaluation, the project could be rolled out for a second year. It's setting a marker down that we care about young people's opportunities and we're willing to get them back. Now, I was really pleased to see the Mayor's comments in the press last weekend calling for a youth mobility agreement with the EU to allow young Londoners and EU citizens greater work opportunities to support our local economy. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. However, we are not without any power here to act proactively. Instead of continuously waiting for central government to get its act together in this space, and we know we've got a long wait for that, our amendment offers a practical solution which would allow London to continue to be a world leader in its own right and could be introduced in the immediate future. And precedent has already been set when it comes to this in devolved administrations across the UK. In 2021, the Liberal Democrat Education Minister in Wales led the introduction of the Tyeth International Learning and Exchange Programme in response to the UK government pulling out of Erasmus, working with the Labour government. And we think Londoners deserve that same opportunity. So if the Mayor of London and his colleagues here from the Labour Party really want to free young people from the constraints Brexit has put on us all, he set out in a statement last week, then backing this amendment should be top of the agenda. You know, the Liberal Democrats are a proudly internationalist party and we will never stop championing that cause. But we really hope we can come together in this chamber today in backing London's role in that international community and in giving young Londoners the opportunities they deserve. I hope everyone will be able to support our budget amendment today.
Thank you. Could I ask Assembly Member Bakari to second?
Thank you. We know that London, just like the Lib Dems, is proudly European and proudly internationalist. It is one of the many things that make me so proud to be sitting here as an elected representative of this city. Now, sadly, as my colleague Caroline Pigeon has just outlined, London's role in the international community has been diminished recently because of the external factors that have largely been out of control of Londoners and its elected bodies. But one of the other great things about London is its entrepreneurial spirit. This city is not a place that will be kept down or held back, and it has a long history of bouncing back even in the face of serious challenges. That is why we think that this amendment is so perfectly London. Rather than just complaining about how we're being held back by central government, we have the opportunity to roll up our sleeves and do something collectively and act. Young people across London and the UK are facing huge challenges, From the stagnating economy and rapidly rising cost of living crisis to the housing crisis to the lack of action on climate change. As a result, so many young people are losing faith in politics and politicians to listen to them and fight for the issues that they care about. How great would it be today if we could show them that we are on their side, that we care about their futures. And as my colleague has just said, the UK's withdrawal from Erasmus has unfairly deprived so many young Londoners of a fantastic opportunity for personal and professional development, and it did so spitefully and unnecessarily. Allowing young people the opportunity to study, to volunteer, learn skills abroad is not just vital for their own personal development, but in an increasingly interconnected age, is something vital for maintaining the strong economy and soft power and the cultural influence across this world. It's time for us to fix this mistake and give young Londoners back their future and the opportunities they rightfully deserve. Let's give Londoners and our youngest Londoners hope again. Support the amendment for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to the second amendment, again by the Liberal Democrat group, and so I call on Assembly Member Bakari to propose that amendment, please.
Yeah.
No. You've
Yes, sorry, got cold.
It's all right. It's a confusing process, but yes.
Thank you. The state of the planet and the state of our bank balance, two of those things that keep us awake at night, worrying. Now I want to talk to you about both. The Mayor has told us that he wants to make this the decade of climate action. There are lots of ways to do that, of course, but let's think about emissions, clean air in our capital, the air our children breathe every day. The single biggest source of greenhouse gas emissions in London is domestic energy use. Just from using heating from our homes is 37%. That's more than transport, which makes up less than a quarter, and less than industrial and commercial energy use, which is less than a third. And at the same time, Londoners are continuing to face a devastating cost of living crisis. So what can we do about these two things? We think there is a huge missed opportunity in the Mayor's budget to offer direct help to Londoners to reduce both their bills and emissions. The Mayor's focused on cutting carbon emissions from cars with the expansion of ULEZ. He's thought about reducing energy use and GLA buildings. Well, that's okay. But what will Londoners feel confident about is what they really want to do is be able to help the environment from their own homes. Who will give Londoners advice about cutting their energy bills tailored exactly to their own homes? Now, we're proposing an expansion of the already very successful Green Doctors scheme, which offers Londoners a home visit with an energy-saving expert. Now, the Green Doctors help people make changes around their homes to save energy, fitting insulation, and offer energy-saving measures, even helping them negotiate their tariffs. This kind of warm, engaging, face-to-face visit creates real behaviour change in people, and they realise things about their own homes that they never had before, and they get the support that's just right for them. Now, we're proposing a mere £700,000 investment in the scheme to make home visits available for any Londoner who really needs one. In the first year, the programme will offer about 400 more appointments, and if there's an uptake in the year two, we can expand this to 2,500 more visits if necessary. That's not an expensive ask, but it is one that will ensure Londoners who really need this sort of tailored advice can access it. We're drawing the money from the Business Rates Reserve, that magic pot that sees free school meals being paid for and TfL strike action being averted. So can't we offer some proper support around energy saving to Londoners too? I urge you to vote for this amendment and give more Londoners some peace of mind and less to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to second, please.
Lovely, thank you very much. And I'm pleased to second this amendment today, which amends the budget to directly fund a brilliant programme that could make all the difference to tackling both fuel poverty and climate change in our city and help with the cost of living crisis. As you've already heard, the Green Doctor scheme has already helped thousands of Londoners to feel warmer and happier in their homes, but its impact is being limited by the funding it receives. So we are proposing an increase in that funding, phased so it can grow sustainably and offer support to all Londoners that need it. So £700,000 will see almost 3,000 more Londoners helped and the emissions in their home reduced, with a phased introduction over years 1 and hopefully years 2. And as my colleague, Assembly Member Bakari, has outlined, there have been huge efforts in recent years to tackle climate change in London, and a lot of this has been focused on tackling the pollution from vehicles and industry. But the fact remains, heating our homes is London's single largest source of greenhouse emissions. And with no viable alternative to gas for heating our homes likely to come online in the immediate future, properly insulating our homes and reducing our usage remains the best way to limit our impact on the climate. And the Green Doctor scheme is about more than just cleaning our air and the environment. As I say, it's about tackling fuel poverty and the cost of living crisis. We know that around 750,000 Londoners live in fuel poverty, a number that could be even higher now, thanks to the inflationary crisis we've been going through. That's hundreds of thousands of Londoners struggling in the cold. And we also know fuel poverty itself leads to a whole host of other issues, not least a huge cost to our healthcare service in London. So now, funding this policy won't abolish all fuel poverty in London overnight. Indeed, tackling that and the climate crisis is something we all know requires an extensive, multifaceted approach from multiple actors, from central, regional and local government. But what funding this scheme will do is make a tangible difference to people's lives at a time when so many are struggling. Just this week, we've heard warnings that up to 2 million people could have their energy supplies cut off due to being unable to top up their energy meters. Others are catching hypothermia in their own home or having to make that difficult choice between eating or staying warm. And should the scheme prove successful, which the existing evidence indicates it will, it's something that could be easily scaled up as set out in our amendment. Today, we have tried to come up with practical solutions to some of the problems faced by Londoners that we feel could gain cross-party support. I urge you to support this amendment today to help more Londoners get the help they need to live in warmer, more energy-efficient accommodation and to help our planet in what is one of the biggest challenges for our generation. I'm delighted to second this budget amendment today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell now to propose the amendment on behalf of the City Hall Greens.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to take a step back from all the bureaucracy, all the back and forth around this chamber, and talk about the power of community here in London. And when you're at the shops and there's not enough money in your purse to pay for your basket of food, it's community, the food bank, that steps in to ensure you can feed your family. When you find yourself working longer hours and can't make it back to pick up from your child from school, it's community, your friends and neighbours, who step in to keep them safe until you're off your shift. And when energy bills climb to the point of being unable to heat your home, it's community that steps in with warm spaces. And when Londoners face hard times, it's communities that come together and provide the much needed support. But our communities are being stretched to the limit, and they need our support to build their resilience. And that's why, after listening to communities across London, the Greens are proposing 6 fully funded ideas that make transport more affordable and accessible, that reimagine abandoned spaces, that put money directly into Londoners' pockets, that fund community decision-making, that strengthen community-based climate resilience, and of course, that gets toilets into tube stations. Now, more specifically, the 6 component parts of our budget are as follows. There's toilets, and while we welcome the Mayor's new programme of additional public toilets on the TfL estate, it lacks the ambition of our previous amendments, so we're aiming to increase funding for the TfL Toilets programme to build and maintain new, free public toilets across the network. And then on concession fares, for older Londoners who have consistently asked for an end to the restrictions on their 60-plus photocard and Freedom Pass, we are asking to bring back the free early morning travel provisions provided until the pandemic. And then dead spaces. We want to build a more resilient local economy by ensuring small businesses and community groups have spaces to grow by putting disused but still useful empty office blocks and shops into their hands. And resident empowerment. Beyond just reviving the dead spaces around our town centres, we also want to empower people to influence local development plans and to build their own community plans with financing from a resident empowerment fund. And on climate resilience, we will back the work of the London Climate Resilience Review by doubling its budget to £2 million. And finally, on universal basic income for a community group with a pilot ready to go, we want to fund the essential wraparound support for a pioneering universal basic income programme to fully explore an idea that could be life-changing for many Londoners. Now, these 6 programmes are ready to go for communities across the city. Londoners just need our support. Now, this budget process has shown exactly how much change seems to be hiding down the back of the Mayor's sofa. It's time we put that money straight into London communities. And while I hope all 6 of our ideas move you to vote for the Green Amendment, I want to make a special plea for toilets. Everyone in this room knows very well that I have been beating the drum on more toilets across our city for years, and I am incredibly pleased that the Mayor has come round to this citywide priority. The £3 million he has pledged is a solid start, but I want to be clear, it's not a solution, and he hasn't even finished the feasibility study. In fact, it's a contradiction of the Mayor's own statement. Last year, the Mayor had a go at us, so did the Labour group, saying £20 million we proposed was not enough to fund toilets on the tube. Yet last week, the same Mayor proposed £3 million for toilets and called it a big win. Yeah. So again, that makes the Mayor's pledge a solid start, grateful for that, but not a solution. Now, we all agree in this chamber that Londoners need more toilets on the tube. So instead of celebrating crumbs, we must fully fund public toilets across our city's transport network. And we can do so with a fraction of the reserves earmarked for GLA services. For every Londoner that has set off on their tube journey, worrying they might get caught short, I urge you to support our budget amendment. In due course, you'll hear from my colleagues in the rest of the debate what else our motion will do to support Londoners. But remember this, when people, families, neighbourhoods and communities across our city call on us for help, we should act. Backing the Greens proposal means backing London's communities. I move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, do you wish to second?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Caroline, for outlining that so fantastically. Now, as my Green colleague already mentioned, our amendment is fundamentally designed to back London's communities. We've combed through this budget, finding all the money we can down the back of the Mayor's sofa that we could scramble together to make the most of our city's reserves. And we're also raising new income in a fair way to support our longer-term ongoing spending plans. Because, let me be clear, there is no excuse to not to try and support London's communities in every way we can as soon as we can. Well, Caroline's already talked about toilets. I now want to make the case for 3 other investments. Firstly, part 1 of our amendment, why we want to make transport more accessible to as many Londoners as possible by bringing back pre-pandemic concession fares. Next, part 5 of our amendment, why we want to fund the use of abandoned spaces to better serve communities. And finally, part 6, why we want, once again, to fund community empowerment and decision making so that residents are more in control of their own neighbourhoods. So to start, I'd like to remind everyone exactly why we have no longer got 24-hour free travel for our older Londoners, whether it's the 60-plus photo card or the Freedom Pass. What was supposed to be a temporary change to help with social distancing has somehow become permanent. And the reason is that the Conservative government made it a red line in their aggressive negotiations with London about whether to support our transport system through the pandemic. The results of this decision by the government were very unfair. In a survey by Survation, the top reason given by older Londoners for making journeys in the morning peak was to attend health appointments. Older Londoners said that the introduction of charges for morning peak travel had led them to reduce the number of journeys they take, or meant they had to cut other costs to fund essential travel. This is not fair. Now that the government's restrictions on their support have ended, continuing these time constrictions on older Londoners is actually now the Mayor's decision, and I want us to help him make the right one. Our amendment is paid for into the future by raising the basic rate of the Central London Congestion Charge by 15% to £17.25p. This increase simply undoes a freeze since 2020, and it remains below the 18% increase in rail fares since then. This is a fair way to permanently restore free travel to older Londoners, and I hope the Mayor will take this idea up. And he may well do this, because for 1 year, the Mayor could fund this from the unspent £24 million highlighted earlier by Assembly members. The estimate we received for this, we put 30 into the budget, but it was £25 to £30 million a year. So let's all look out for what he does next on this, as well as voting for our amendment today. Now, dead spaces. Just want you all to imagine what could be done with the empty shop fronts, the empty community centres we all pass by on our high streets and in our communities every week. Funding small businesses, community groups, social enterprises to bring these dead spaces back to life is a great idea, and we're putting it forwards once again. It would help provide space and services for residents to use, improving their neighbourhoods, improving their resilience, supporting each other and improving community life. To fund this plan, we propose using nearly £5 million from the Business Rates Reserve for a series of grants breaking down to roughly £150,000 per project across 33 London boroughs and the City of London. These are dead spaces that we would fill. They're sitting empty. Well, we have the money to do something about it. We should. Let's put it right. And finally, I want to put forward again the excellent idea of a resident empowerment fund. My most recent report on estate regeneration exposed how resident groups facing well-funded PR campaigns from landlords, they lack equal access to resources. And 2 budgets ago, our group brought an amendment to support them and to support wider communities in planning their local areas to the Assembly, and it was approved with cross-party support at Plenary. A resident empowerment fund using £1 million from the £235 million reserves earmarked for GLA services should again get your support today. So in conclusion, I urge you to support the Green Amendment today. It will show you want to place all of London's communities at the front of your decision making. I urge you to vote for it.
Thank you very much. Are there any contributions to the debate at this point? Assembly Member Garrett, please.
My microphone on. Thank you. Here's the good news, as the Mayor would say. It's going to be very short. So you had 3 amendments. I'm going to address all 3 amendments and the Mayor's budget, draft budget, all in one. Let's see if I can get it inside a minute. So you've had 3 amendments, each one running to about 20-odd pages, and we've had our lunch break to consider them. Some of the ideas in here seem quite interesting, maybe worth pursuing, and perhaps if we had more than a few minutes to think about them, we might be able to support them. If you want us to support your ideas, you really need to give us time to think about them. We criticised the Mayor this morning for timeliness of the information that he provides to us. We really ought to treat each other better than we criticise him for treating us. So we will consider all of these amendments as submissions that are being made for the Mayor for him to consider, but we won't feel ourselves able to support any of them. Likewise, turning to the Mayor and his budget, The one thing we know about his budget is that the budget that we have on the table here will not be the budget. He more or less told us earlier this morning that the SOFA is yet to give up all of its secrets and that there will be more money to come. And so we will be considering his budget when we actually have his budget rather than this sort of interim thing that we currently have before us. Thank you, Chair.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to briefly address two of the sections in our climate budget. First of all, climate resilience. We are living in a climate crisis, and we know that it's for communities who are least resilient to tackle the climate crisis who have often done the least to cause it. This is both on an international level, but it's also right here nationally and also here in London. Ultimately, communities know best what is for communities, and that's why this theme of communities runs right through our budget amendment. The Mayor does some really good work around the climate crisis with some of the big organisations, but as I've challenged him on repeatedly in the Chamber, I'd like to see him doing more with those grassroots groups. We need to move away from a top-down model of politics and move towards a more grassroots model of politics. Communities know best what to do with the spaces and what needs being done in their area. I also recently commissioned a report with UCL where we worked with women from all over the world, from places like Sri Lanka, India, Argentina, the Philippines, to talk about what does resilience look like through a gender and intersectional perspective. One of those recommendations that came out really clear was for the Resilience Review to commit to more grassroots work. The money is from the £3 million from the £86 million Climate Emergency Funding Reserve. And I think this is not a solution, but it's a start to look at those big solutions on how to tackle the climate crisis. Then there's the universal basic income. This is an idea I've brought repeatedly to the Chamber. To put a slightly different angle on it, on Tuesday night I was speaking at SOAS. I was on a panel with Guy Standing. Guy Standing is one of the leading voices of universal basic income around the world. He's just released a book called The Politics of Time, and we had a discussion about this idea of time in our political system and in our society. One of the ways of looking at the working class is this definition of who has autonomy or freedom over what they do. A universal basic income would of course be really important for people who are vulnerable and people who are living in poverty, but actually it would be good not just for the working class but for everyone to be able to have a better security net, a better safety net, and a way of choosing how they spend that time. If we lift some of the people in our society who have the least choice, that enables everyone to have more freedom and choice over what they do. Now, I've asked the Mayor about universal basic income repeatedly. The first time I asked him about it, he was pretty dismissive. We've now moved to a much better position where he co-signed a letter with the leaders of the Green Party nationally calling for a universal basic income from the government. He's also praised the universal basic income pilot that's happening in East Finchley. He's made it really clear he's not going to put the money forward for a pilot in East Finchley, but we still think there is work he can do. And if he really wants to support that pilot, one of the key asks that community is asking for is for wraparound support. So that's if anyone is getting involved with the universal basic income pilot, they could talk to Citizens Advice and find out what will be the difference from them receiving a basic income if they're on benefits, how may it affect it. To also look at things like academics and consultants to make sure when we're getting this data from the basic income, we can use this data to essentially say to the government at a later date, this demonstrates that universal basic income works or indeed doesn't work. Let's collect that data. And that's a really significant, tangible way that the Mayor could contribute towards this conversation about what does this safety net look like in the future. I started by talking about a climate crisis. We know that's inextricably linked with the economic crisis that we are facing in this country, and a universal basic income by the Mayor's own stats shows that could lift hundreds of thousands of Londoners out of poverty, and that is something worth voting for. So I hope you'll back our amendment today, and thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, please.
Thank you, Chair. London's children are significantly worse off at the moment compared to previous generations. And earlier I may have remarked about Tory policies and their opposition to universal free school meals, and made a remark about feeding children, which I do apologise for the remarks made in that exchange. But I do not apologise about calling out Tory policies such as what they've been doing on universal credit for the last year, what they've been doing on the benefit caps, which disproportionately impact children, and child benefit limits. Now, the Mayor has stepped in to help London's children with universal free school meals over the last year, and significantly going forward, will be extending it the year going forward as well. And what we're seeing also from this budget is a fares freeze coming forward as well. Every single budget where the Mayor has had oversight or control of the fares outside of the reins of the government TfL funding deal, he's managed to freeze the fares. On police, we are now seeing record numbers of police being funded through the Mayor's budget as a result of policies that we're seeing here from City Hall, but also the challenges that we have. The government do not recognise our role significantly enough as a capital city, and the issue of the National and International Capital Cities grant does need to be addressed. The Mayor has highlighted the impact of protests and what that has had on the Mayor's budget for the last, or the Met Police budget for the last 2 years, in terms of protests for controlling protests in the centre of London. And housing, the Mayor is delivering record numbers of council homes, making sure that homes that are affordable to Londoners are available. Now, we'll look at some of the amendments that opposition parties have made, and some of my other colleagues may come in on the specifics as well. But I did have to chuckle on this sort of back of the sofa remark, which opposition parties seems to have taken from one of the mayoral candidates for City Hall, and I think it'll be interesting to see what else we can find in there. Maybe an Oyster card might be lurking around at the back of the sofa. But looking at the Lib Dem amendments as well, we think the idea of a pilot on Erasmus is not needed. Erasmus worked, and the Mayor has commented that the Erasmus Plus scheme is something that we need to fully get behind so that we can get that exchange of students internationally. And it's just us needing, as a national country, to get behind the scheme and have that closer working relationship with Europe, which will benefit our economy and young people as well. On Green Doctors, a similar scheme already is in existence, which one of my colleagues will come in on later. And on some of the Green amendments and policies, I think they are interesting, and I think there's some interesting interest from our side. But I think where they are at, we can't really support them, particularly on a few issues. So on the 60-plus travel, I think we do want to see progress on that. But using the congestion charge to fund that, first of all, you do need to have a consultation on making any changes or increases to the congestion charge, and then predicating income generated from it to fund an ongoing service, I think would be quite difficult to get through in terms of the process on setting congestion charge. On toilets, the Mayor has listened, and we've seen him make his announcement on the £3 million, and it's not just £3 million, it's £3 million annually, so it's not a one-off piece of funding. There is recurrent funding behind that. And on universal basic income, I think we have remarked in the past on this about how people who are on universal credit may not be able to reap the benefits from such a policy. Therefore, will it reach the people that it needs to reach? Next, I will turn to some of the Tory amendments of the budget, of which we have none. And it's no surprise this is another year of no budget amendments coming forward, but we know that they're not very good on figures, and it's not as if they can get Lord Bailey to ask Carol Vorderman as well, because he's not here either. But we can't...
members, if you could hold on a sec. Members, I think from the Conservative group, if you want to contribute, you can raise your hand and you can speak, but please don't shout across.
Thank you, Chair. But on this side, we will be supporting the Mayor's budget, and we won't be supporting the amendments. What the Mayor has proposed in his draft budget delivers for a fairer, greener and safer London for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other... Assembly Member Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Assembly Member Hirani kindly made a reference to us having looked at all of the budget amendments proposed, and one that we were a bit confused about was the one that has come in on the Green Doctors, because the way that it's drafted implies that through the cost of living hub, the Green Doctors programme funded by the GLA
doesn't do any home visits, and as if the proposal is going to be introducing something new. And yet, if you go and look at the london.gov.uk website, you can see that as well as offering advice in the hub, that the Green Doctors do home visits. Furthermore, the Draft Consolidated Budget amendment doesn't make any reference at all to the funding that has gone to almost 150 community energy groups across London. And as well as funding feasibility studies, helping those groups to install renewable energy across London, working with local communities and raising money through crowdfunding of their own, many of those groups, and I can go into detail of the one that I know best, which is Crew Energy, which is based in Wandsworth, use some of the return on the investment through reduced bills and through some of the work that they've been doing to employ energy advisors, which could be called Green Doctors, who go around to people's houses, actually in some cases are embedded in Citizens Advice Bureau, and that is all being facilitated and funded by the Mayor of London, who, as you know, from the time when both the Rural Community Energy Fund and the Urban Community Energy Fund were scrapped by central government for a whole period of time in England, the only person who's been funding community energy has been the Mayor of London. I am going to say, of course, that Ed Davey was the Secretary of State when it was introduced as a concept, so I think we're probably in a similar part of the page over community energy, but a lot of the groups have really used this to fund. They don't necessarily call them a Green Doctors service, but they do call them energy advisors. So I think we can't really support it because we think that this work is already being done by the Mayor of London, and I just wonder whether you might be kind enough to just leave this one lying on the table so that we can clarify why you haven't referred to some of these programmes which have been existing now for some time and are delivering for Londoners. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak really briefly just regarding the Green Amendment on the Resident Empowerment Reserve Fund, which has become a bit of an annual tradition for us, hasn't it? Well, look, I just wanted to say I do thank the Greens for bringing this amendment. Each year I stand up and say I think it's really important that we continue the aspiration and the agenda of continuing to empower communities, developing mechanisms that can enable that community engagement, make the London Assembly relevant to as many people's lives in London as possible. But equally, I will stand up each year, and I think last year in particular, I laid out 3 really clear areas that we would just like some more detail on, looking at how community groups would apply for this funding, what the criteria would be, any equality impact assessment that would be done around that. The second one was around the concerns we have around the top-down nature of the fund. The GLA is probably not the best placed body for something like this. It would be, I think, local councils who would take the lead on this. What would the interaction be with TRAs and existing groups? So it is something that we're interested in, but each year we stand up and say, please come and just knock on the Labour group door, have a conversation with us, let's begin to develop a cross-party project around this, but we're yet to have that knock on the door. So as usual, I think I'll be retaining the line that we do each year, which is we want to work on this. We think it's a good agenda. We just are concerned about some of the details. So please do come and work with us on this. But until then, we can't support an amendment that we feel like raises more concerns than it does not. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move... Assembly Member Fortune. I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just say that I think it's a perfectly reasonable position to take, to say that it's very difficult to comment on a budget amendment if you haven't got sufficient information. I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. Which is why I'm echoing the point that my colleague, Assemblymember Garrett, made earlier. Just this morning, we heard that of the £147 million fund that's been allocated to transport, 24 million of it is going somewhere. We don't know where it's going. There may be some thoughts about it, but no decision has been taken yet. I mean, I would probably wager a bet to eat my left shoe that it's probably allocated somewhere already, and we'll be hearing about it in the press at some point over the next couple of days. But that's exactly the point we're making. Until we see that full budget, until we see that full allocation of cash, we can't comment on what the Mayor's doing. And so it's quite interesting that people are quite prepared to... I'm sorry, Sam, when that light's on, it's my go. Brilliant. Sorry. Then I apologise for being rude as well. You're my second favourite. That's not being silly. Which is why I'm going to pay for that. Which is why we'll be reserving our comments until we see the full budget provision put forward by the Mayor in the next week.
That's a good line. That's a very good line. I like that.
Perhaps the Assembly member might like to list them in ascending or descending order. With there being nobody else, we'll go to the summing up. Assembly Member Russell to sum up for the Green Amendment.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Now, first of all, the Lib Dem amendments. Caroline, this is your last budget on the Assembly. And like we Greens, Caroline often puts forward really good ideas. She was also the first Assembly member to back us on toilets and supported our budget amendment in the old City Hall 3-4 years ago, I think it was. But we've always remembered that. You were the first one. So we like the Lib Dem amendments. We've checked that they're compatible financially with our amendments, so we will be voting for both your amendments. Now, on the comments that other people have had for us, first of all, Assembly Member Garrett, you were asking for a bit more time to have a look at our amendment. Concerned that you can't read that much stuff during a lunch break, but last year the Conservative budget amendment in the names of Assembly Member Hall and Assembly Member Fortune arrived at 3:58 p.m. on the afternoon of the final budget. So I think you just need to be a little bit consistent, and you should be grateful that we actually circulated it to you rather than just tabling them around the table. Assembly Member Hirani, you were claiming that that we were talking about money down the back of the sofa because we were copying it from a mayoral candidate. In fact, Sian mentioned it in 2020. She said 71 million is a lot of money sitting there, being fairly useless, effectively shoved down the back of the sofa, which could have gone on helping Londoners. So actually it was Sian Berry who came up with the sofa stuff first of all. What else do we have here? Yes, on the business of toilets, £3 million. It'll take the Mayor more than 6 years at £3 million a year to get to the 20 million that we suggested were needed next time, when we did our amendment last year. Let's wait and see what the feasibility study says, but I can bet you anything that it'll be more than £3 million a year. On the Sakina, Assembly Member Sheikh, on the do this cross-party, you have voted for this before. 2 budgets ago, our group brought the amendment as a standalone proposal, which was approved with cross-party support at plenary. So again, we do need to be consistent. We need to remember what we voted for in the past. And I think that's all I have to say. So yes, we still hope you're going to vote for our amendment.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari to sum up for her amendment.
Thank you. I'll just be making a response to some of the comments made about the Green Doctor Scheme, which has been running since 2015. What we are offering is additional coverage and additional capacity that complements the existing schemes. Currently, there are 18 boroughs that have the Green Doctors, and there are gaps in the north and the east of London, some of the most deprived areas of London that desperately need this scheme. It's a robust scheme. It makes sure that there's a real model of behavioural change, and the Green Doctor Scheme is absolutely fantastic, and they're absolutely thrilled that we're talking about it here in City Hall and putting forward this amendment, because I am proud of the work they do. They're proud of the work they do. They're doing some fantastic work with communities and households that really desperately need their support. So I really look forward to the Labour group at some point changing their minds in the future.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. And it is the last of my first part of the budget, which will probably be a delight for me not to have to go through these days each year. But when I first started on the Assembly, the budget day was one of the longest days we had, but also people took such pride in it. And each group on the Assembly put forward a very detailed and lengthy amendment. The Labour group wore their red roses on budget day, and we all had really robust debates and went into quite a lot of detail. And here we are today, and it's the two smaller groups that are putting forward amendments. Labour haven't put anything forward since they've had the Mayor of London, not even one small suggestion to show that you're influencing him. And, you know, the largest opposition group haven't bothered to put anything forward today, though I do understand your reasons, but it is frustrating not to put forward ideas, because in theory, at least, we put forward ideas at this stage. The Mayor considers them and may include them in their final budget. Well, if they're not there on the table, then the Mayor will not consider them, though, of course, we know he may not consider them in any case. Let's go through the amendments on the table. And the Green amendments, you know, there are lots of good ideas in here, and I particularly want to put on record, particularly given what was said this morning, the proposal from the Greens, and actually it's a proposal from Assembly Member Russell about putting money into toilets. This has been Caroline's issue year after year after year, and for other people in this chamber to try to claim it was other members as well, I think is really not worthy of being in this chamber. I think it's really shocking, because we all have issues. They're all issues. You know, Nikki Gavron and her whatever buildings that she used to talk about, that was her thing. Mine was the 1 hour bus ticket. We all have niche issues. You know, Marina's talked about school meals for years and talks about that. We all have those issues. Don't try to make out that it's, you know, other people, when really that was Caroline Russell's issue, and we absolutely support you on that. And we absolutely, if you bring it as a separate amendment, standalone amendment, we will support that. But because of some of the other things in your motion, your amendment today, we don't feel we can fully support it. Particularly, it's great that you want to restore the 60 plus and Freedom Pass, but actually it's got to include rail as well. It's something I feel really passionately about, and it's terrible. Huge parts of South London, older people have never been able to travel for free before 9:30, and I used to raise this with Boris and Sadiq alike. But how you're funding some of this causes us some concern, so we won't be able to support it, but we think there are great ideas in here. In terms of the comments on our Erasmus amendment, obviously we'll wait to hear at the next month when we put this forward again what the Conservative group thinks about it, and you'll have had a month to look at it and look at the final figures. But Assembly Member Harani saying we don't need a pilot. We need a pilot, because unless this government chooses to bring this scheme in, no one will have access to Erasmus in this country and in London. And the idea we don't need a pilot, of course we do. And this is the same thing. Labour talk the talk about Europe. When it comes to putting money in, there's nothing on the table. The Mayor is playing with this because he thinks Londoners are pro-European. He wants to be re-elected. Well, put some money into a pilot. That's all we're asking for. And this is a serious piece of work that we have put forward today. We have worked on this with the Centre for International Learning and Leadership, which specialises in international non-formal education, running their own programmes, advising other organisations and contributing to public policy discussions. We've worked on this seriously to think, how could we bring this opportunity back for Londoners? And if you're seriously pro-European, if you seriously want to support young people, you should support this pilot today. Otherwise, it doesn't just reflect on this Conservative government, it reflects on each of you as well.
Thank you.
Good.
Right, I will now move to the vote for, first of all, the the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon. I'd like to see all those in favour of Assembly Member Pigeon's motion, please.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against that amendment, please indicate.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes against, Chair.
I'm afraid that falls. We'll now vote on the the next amendment in the name of Assembly Member Bakari. Could all those in support please indicate, please?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes in favour, Chair.
And all those against, please? All those against?
Do we have any votes against?
No
members?
votes against. That's unanimous.
No votes against. That is carried, Chair.
Well, unanimous, isn't it?
Unanimous by 5, Chair.
Anyway. Okay, and we now move. So that is carried. The next we vote on the motion in the name of Assembly Member Russell. All those in favour, please.
That's 3 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against, please.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 votes against, Chair. That falls.
And I'm afraid that falls. So that's that, isn't
Thank
it?
you, Chair.
Are we? Are there any other?
If I can just read some text, Chair. So
Yes.
at this time, one budget amendment has been agreed, which is the second amendment which members voted on. In accordance with Standing Order 6.7e, the substantive motion before the Assembly falls without a further vote being required. And in accordance with paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999, the draft consolidated budget is deemed to have been agreed as amended. Can I confirm if there are any other budget amendments which any member wishes to move at this time?
Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Sorry, it's a budget-related motion. I got excited.
Thank you very much, members. And can I now ask, I believe we have one budget-related motion at this time. I'm just going to ask a member of staff to circulate that. And if we could just pause for a moment, Chair.
We'll just pause for a minute. Assembly Member Bakari?
I think just indicating.
Oh, you'd like to speak? Yeah. And who's that proposer? Assembly Member Polanski, if you'd like to propose your budget-related motion.
Thank you, Chair. We live in an inequality crisis. We have far too many people who are living in damp, cold and mouldy homes. We know that retrofitting is a triple win. It both reduces people's bills, and the cheapest bill is the one you don't have to pay. It also reduces emissions, and we're in a climate crisis, and it also creates good green jobs. Retrofitting is good for everyone, and the Mayor accepts that. In fact, he declared a retrofit revolution, but it is going far too slowly. In fact, if we're going to hit net zero by 2030, he needs to go 10 times faster. We are not upgrading, I think it's 1% of the homes that we need to under his Warmer Homes programme. So we need to move faster. Now, the Mayor said this morning that he is all ears, but I've had this conversation with him so many times now. And the biggest thing that's lacking is the skills pipeline. We need leadership on this. It is not enough to sit on your hands or say that we need more money from government. Yes, that is part of it, but ultimately we need to be like a coiled spring. Because if that money does come from government, say it came tomorrow, the gap would be even bigger, because then we would have the money and we still would not have the people trained. So ultimately, this is about getting on top of the problem now. We've heard time and time again from the mayor this idea of chicken and egg, and he can't do anything until there's demand. But he's the mayor of London. He has procurement levers. He has the ability to influence and persuade. And one of the ways he could do this is by essentially getting on the front line and making sure we have these people trained and ready to do this. Now, it's not just me that's saying this. We've had on the Environment Committee time and time again experts who have sat on the committee and said that the skills gap is huge. We've had constituency emails, people wanting solar panels, wanting heat pumps, but no one's trained or not enough people are trained to be able to do this. We know that we need retrofit coordinators. I produced a report. Very quickly after that, the mayor started to train up retrofit coordinators, but it is still not happening at the speed it needs. And Friends of the Earth have also written to all the Assembly members, and I thank them for that, for saying, why is the mayor not prioritising retrofitting in this budget? If he accepts that there's a climate crisis, that we need to be retrofitting homes, then surely we need these people trained. I think I've made this point over and over again, so I'll leave it at that, other than to say I was pleased to hear the positive words coming out of the mayor this morning, but ultimately what this motion does is formalise it and say, ultimately, if we're going to tackle this climate crisis and if we're going to tackle the inequality crisis, it is time for a retrofit revolution to really happen, and to do that, we need to prioritise money in the adult education budget to get those people skilled to retrofit those homes. Thank you.
And who's to second? Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, in terms of issues people are really pushing on, I've lost count of the amount of times I've heard Assemblymember Polanski say the word retrofit now. He never stops talking about it, and he's completely right that we need the people in place, like a coiled spring, to take advantage of the government money that surely will eventually come to pay for that in a substantive way. The motion's excellent. It's genuinely asking for sensible things. If we don't get those green skills, the mayor's retrofit revolution will never happen. That's why Labour should vote for it. And all of us in the chamber need to be supporting our city's residents who are paying more and more in energy bills. It's becoming too unaffordable for this city to call home for too many people in too many ways. And bills, energy bills, are just one of those. We need this revolution now. So I urge everyone to support Assemblymember Polanski's motion and support Londoners. Let's get this sorted out.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. The retrofit revolution is at risk. Funding is available, but London is unable to take advantage of it because of the lack of necessary skills in the capital. Last year, the mayor himself said that London had to achieve net zero by 2030 and had to have 56,000 jobs needed by 2025 just to insulate homes and install heat pumps and district heating. Only a few million of his £320 million strong adult education budget was actually spent on green technical skills. The shortage of green skills, including retrofit, is causing London to lag behind the rest of the country. And to achieve net zero targets, we must begin filling these skill gaps, which will enable us to transform our city. Now, the mayor could take direct action to improve this situation. He must start seriously funding retrofit training courses and ensure retrofit is incorporated with construction courses. The Liberal Democrats are passionate about solving these challenges and getting people's homes insulated, and that is why we will be wholeheartedly supporting this motion today, and we really hope that the other groups do the same.
Assembly Member Cooper, please.
So some of you know that before I came to this place, I used to work in social housing. I've worked for a number of local authorities and a larger number of housing groups and housing associations, including as a regeneration director. And one of the challenges when you're looking at regeneration is about what do you do about buildings that could continue to have a life but could be retrofitted. And I'm hoping that my colleague Assemblymember Sheikh is going to talk a little bit about something that isn't covered in this motion, and that's the complete lack of a level playing field between new build and retrofit when it comes to VAT. Now, I've been part of a number of campaigns over very many years arguing that that's something that needs to be looked at. But it isn't just about the issue relating to VAT. As I think previous speakers have quite rightly pointed out, there is an issue about training. There is an issue about making sure that we are fit for the future. And the training issue is also one about a just transition and helping people who are working in the kind of industries and the kind of things that are probably going to be industries of the past. And we've just seen a really bad example of how not to do this in South Wales. And we need to be prepared in London as much as in Wales and any other part of this country for the future, and making sure that we are heading towards a situation where not only has the Mayor tackled emissions from mobility, from vehicles, so much that in the previous debate that we've just had, we're now saying that domestic dwellings are now the largest source of emissions in this city. When I was first elected, it was vehicles, it was not domestic dwellings. But we now need to press on to make sure that domestic dwellings are also able to reduce their emissions. And one of the ways that you need to do that is not just about changing the heating systems, but is also the issue about insulation and retrofitting properties for the future and to make them inhabitable going forward. Now, we know that there have been many programmes where this has been undertaken, and perhaps not enough attention has been paid to significant details, and actually that's one of the reasons why we ended up where we did with Grenfell, because that was actually a retrofit project that was being installed on those blocks. So it's really critical that as we move forward that we do look in detail at what we're doing, and we do have the kind of staff who are skilled up and really know what they're doing. So in sum, we are going to be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I just really wanted to echo a lot of the comments that my colleague Assemblymember Cooper has made, and thank Assemblymember Polanski for bringing this, and the Greens more broadly. You know, Assemblymember Berry, I know you've done a lot of work on this in the Planning and Generation Committee. I think retrofit versus rebuild is a false dichotomy that we're often confronted with because of that very specific, hurdle that's been outlined by Assemblymember Cooper. When it costs more to retrofit and it's easier just to demolish and rebuild, developers and builders are not going to be incentivised to retrofit. So, one thing that I think we could have teased out more in this motion, but I'm sure there'll be more conversations to do so, which is really fundamentally we need the environment for, all puns intended, for retrofit to be financially viable for builders, and that is crucial to enabling it and incentivising it. So what we absolutely categorically need is a shift from the Treasury in terms of removing or levelling the VAT that builders currently have to pay for retrofit. So we'll be discussing this further on the 7th of February at City Hall at 5:30 p.m. at our event, Retrofit versus Rebuild. But I also think it's worth saying, Assemblymember Polanski, you absolutely speak, eloquently and correctly that we are in a climate emergency, we are in a climate crisis, and I think it's important, therefore, as well, to also point to where we do have political leadership on that. And I do say very clearly, in a as objective as I can be, because my background was in climate change, that Sadiq, as Mayor, has been really on the forefront of creating policies that do reduce carbon in our built environment. When 68% of London's carbon emissions comes from how we construct, but also the lack of retrofitting, the fact that he's got whole life carbon assessment policies in the London plan, which is world leading, is a huge step in the right direction for political leadership on reducing our carbon emissions in London. So I really welcome that, and I really welcome anything we can do to keep pushing him in the right direction, because that is, after all, our job. So as Assemblymember Cooper has said, we will be supporting this motion and look forward to continue working with the Greens and other parties on this issue.
Assemblymember Garrett, please.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think it's an excellent motion. I think there is no need to echo things that have already been said, because they have already been said. the idea of making it easier to retrofit buildings. Most of our housing stock is already built. It isn't going to be demolished and rebuilt, and so retrofitting that for environmental standards is a very positive thing. And the skill shortage to do that is actually one of the big bottlenecks in order to get that done. So we support this. One thing I would observe is that while it is all well and good for the mayor to ask the government, any future government, for money without restrictive conditions, I think, well, I would say it's okay to ask. I think it's probably unlikely that any government would give money to any authority, or indeed that this authority would give money to any other body without restrictive conditions. But I say there's no harm in asking, but, you know, don't be surprised if the answer is no. But in any case, we'll be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion...
Did Assemblymember Plansky wish to sum up, Chair?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Assemblymember Plansky, please sum up.
I'll be very brief because it sounds like I shouldn't say too much. Totally accept the point about restrictive conditions, and also accept the point that you should ask for things. Also want to highlight what Assemblymember Sheikh said. I think it is fair to say the Mayor has taken a step in the right direction on climate. I think it's also fair to say I think there's gaps in his plans, but I'll save those for election rather than give them in this speech now. And Assemblymember Cooper, I was at Port Talbot just last month, and it really concerns me how it feels like people didn't see this coming and are suddenly saying, oh, we need to just transition now. But absolutely, we need to look at these industries ahead, and one way to do that is to make sure we're training these people now. So thank you very much. It sounds like everyone's going to be supporting this motion, which is very exciting and really good for London.
Yeah. In fact, a long summing up would only turn people against, wouldn't it? So, well done. Well done. All those in favour of the motion in Assemblymember Polanski's name, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Looks pretty unanimous to me. So that is carried.
Thank you, Chair. Can I read some summing up information?
Yes, please.
Thank you, members. We have... can I just check if there are any further formal budget amendments to be moved at this stage? No. Are there any further budget-related motions to be moved at this stage? Thank you, members. In that case, we have one budget amendment which has been agreed, and in addition, one budget-related motion. And in accordance with paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 of the GLA Act 1999, the draft consolidated budget is deemed to have been agreed as amended. Unless any member tells me otherwise, this concludes the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget. The Assembly will consider the Mayor's final draft budget proposals at the Mayor's Question Time meeting on the 22nd of February 2024. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And I think the only thing I've got to do is the date of the next meeting, isn't it? So the next meeting of the... Oh, sorry, I thought somebody raised their hand. No, it wasn't. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 8th of February, in the chamber at City Hall. This meeting will be used principally for a question and answer session with the Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience and the London Fire Commissioner. There are no urgent items to discuss. Therefore, I close the meeting. Thank you.
Yay.
The Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.